played football because I absolutely loved it.
Ele tirava sempre.
As medalhas são originais.
Saudade. Quando tu lembra algo que tu já teve.
Es el mejor jugador de la historia del fútbol mundial, ¿no?
Oh my goodness!
He's the Tom Brady of women's soccer.
Anything can happen and everything is possible.
When the lights go out, we start moving. Running through it all like dope, we ain't losing. We ain't gonna fall back, now we going in. Ain't nobody stopping us, only option to win. So we take it all, never fall on gas. And we going hard, no flaws, all facts. If you wanna call it a bluff, let's dance. But you better trust that you stand no chance. We on that next level. We on that next level. We on that next level. No capping, ain't nobody quite as good when I'm rapping. When I hit the stage, the flames they start flying. Ironic, the king of the jungle, but not lying. Wouldn't be as good as me if I stopped trying. Better just pick a corner and start crying. I'll be the one they looked up to when I'm crashing down. I was born for the throne. I look good in that crown. When the lights go out, we start moving. Running through it all like dope, we ain't losing. We ain't gonna fall back, now we going in. Ain't nobody stopping us, only option to win. So we take it all, never fall on gas. And we going hard, no flaws, all facts. If you wanna call it a bluff, let's dance. But you better trust that you stand no chance. We on that next level. We on that next level. I look good in that crown. We on that next level.
I've been looking for a sign, just a light to guide my way through the dark.
Fresh like water.
I'm gonna find my way home, taking the wind.
I just played football because I absolutely loved it.
Ele tirava sempre, tirava sempre.
As medalhas são originais.
Saudade. Quando tu lembra algo que tu já teve.
Es el mejor jugador de la historia del fútbol mundial, ¿no?
From Lloyd! Oh my goodness!
He's the Tom Brady of women's soccer.
Anything can happen and everything is possible.
set me back again. Oh, not sleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Oh, not sleep or awake. I won't let the future escape.
FIFAe Sports, a Spanish organisation facing a team from South America. Andoni and Tuga facing Crepaldi and Barreto. Then it's English outfit SAF taking on Ninjas in Pyjamas. Stingray and Konkai and Levy and Olalito. It's a team affair and only two can advance to those grand finals. Well, welcome then. The stage is set here in the Bella Arena for the 2v2 club partnership, which is the best club partnership on the world, the FIFAe Club World Cup. We're about to crown our champions here in the arena. Spencer Owen is alongside me. We've had 3 awesome days so far. Spence, before we get into our 4 semi-finalists, what have been the big take-homes so far over the course of the last 3 days?
Thanks, Rachel. Yeah, it's been amazing. I think that the first take-home is the fact that if you thought you could predict this event and guess who was going to get to the end, as we always try to do, it wasn't quite that simple. Sure, we've seen some pre-match tournaments get to this stage. We've also seen a fair few surprises as well. Yeah, we'll talk about then the 4 semi-finalists we've got here. 3 teams from Europe and 1, like I mentioned, from South America as well. I mean, all got completely different play styles, haven't they? Let's speak firstly about the first semi-finals. Movistar Riders taking on MGCF. Are we going to see any goals, or are Riders going to park that bus? Well, I think they've got obviously a bit of a reputation for if they score the first goal, they can be very frustrating to break down. But you've still got to do that, right? I think we've got to give them praise for how good and solid their defence is. That's why you can't afford to let these guys go in the lead. But the lads from Brazil, MGCF, I'm loving the Brazilian flair they're bringing to things, not just on the pitch, but off the pitch with their celebrations as well. If we're being honest, we probably didn't predict they'd get this far, so who knows how far they could go. And then let's talk about the second semi-final. Ninjas in Pyjamas taking on, I'm going to call them, the Comeback Kings in the form of SAF. Can they continue this awesome run of form they've had, the English guys? Well, if SAF are going to knock the Ninjas out, they'll be the first to beat them. They're still undefeated in this tournament, which takes some doing. They came close in the last round, extra time that got them through. But yeah, the SAF guys, they have this sort of yin and yang performance style. Some days they're good, some days they're not so good. But when they're good, they're unplayable. If the right SAF turn up, they could go all the way. Well, which SAF is going to turn up today? 4 teams, only 1 will take home that beautiful trophy. It's time to get our Championship Saturday underway. We're going to go and meet our casters now, Richard Buckley and Brandon Smith. Boys, who's taking home this beautiful trophy?
I mean, that's the question that's on everyone's mind, isn't it? 4 teams left over, 600 plus signed up many moons ago for the FIFAe Club World Cup this year. The 6th time this tournament has run. It's back on land after a lengthy period without FIFA esports being on land. Someone will be winning $100,000 today, but which of the 4 teams could it be?
Well, you'd say it's the $1 million, it's a $100,000 question, really. Who is it going to be taking home the top spots? We know that potentially it could be an outsider, it could be one of the favourites. I think we've got a nice selection of the 4 teams remaining. The first match that we're going to see, real tight game. I think it's going to be split by a goal, potentially even a penalty shootout, when we saw XL versus the Riders earlier on in the tournament. It went all the way down to spot kicks. Potentially, it could be another outcome to decide another FIFA E major.
No, absolutely. As I said, 3 European teams left. There's one team flying the flag high for South America. What a story it would be for them, MGCF, who were heavy hitters in the quarter-final stages, knocking out Fnatic there. I mean, there's been a number of sort of shock results. Teams that maybe we thought would be in Championship Saturday, we're calling it, didn't quite make it there, did they?
No, they certainly didn't. I think a lot of the favourites have fallen in this tournament. Two big names that you look at, Fnatic and Heretics, they were two of the favourites coming into it. They fell by the wayside in the quarter-final matchups. It's going to be interesting. We're going to have a winner by the end of play today. That's something that I can certainly say.
Yeah, as you said, a new winner it will be as well. Someone that's never lifted this brand new trophy, let alone never had the title status of being the FIFA E Club World Cup champion before. It hopefully plans to be a great day. Just a week ago, we were in this very studio, and it was a FIFA E World Cup final that ended on a penalty shootout. Fingers crossed, we can only hope for the same today. But that's it from the commentary booth for now. We'll be back with the first semi-final soon. But before that, let's head back to the studio.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Well, welcome again back up here to the studio. Let's introduce to you Mike LaBelle, who has been here, of course, all 3 days so far. Mike, everyone else has given their thoughts about these two semi-finals. I now want your thoughts. Like I mentioned to Spencer, 3 teams from Europe, 1 from South America. Like the boys said, no complexity. They're the defending champions. They went out in the group stages, and no 11s either, who were runners-up to them. I mean, talk about the 4 teams. Let's start with the first semi, Riders and MGCF. I mean, we thought Riders would get here, possibly the underdogs, MGCF.
Absolutely, and I think they took that role as underdogs and really embraced it. You see the dancing, the celebration. They're happy to be here. They're forging upsets. And I feel like every matchup they've gone into, they've been that underdog. Everybody says, well, this is where their tournament's going to end, and that just hasn't been the case. And then Riders with Tuga and Andoni, we're all well aware of their accomplishments. And there's one factor, one variable that hasn't been brought up by anybody just yet. That's the occasion. This is different. This feels different. And there's only 2 teams that have experience at this magnitude. We're looking at Riders and then also Ninjas in Pajamas. And that's why they should be considered still early favorites, because it's a new day, but also it's a new atmosphere, a new vibe. You've had 24 hours at home to realize what you're kind of walking back into.
Yeah, 24 hours since those knockouts, but all these guys started their journey 3 days ago in the group stages. Let's just remind everyone at home how these teams got here. Well then, this is XL and Riders, the only team who had to go to a penalty shootout to book themselves a spot in the semi-final here. That was to XL Esports. Look at those emotions. They didn't miss a penalty.
And you see that pop off. We're going to have to tell them to turn towards the camera, as you're going to see Crapoldi and Barreto and the coach all on different types of energy. You see the glasses go on. NIP going up against Schalke. Very impressive result for Ninjas in Pajamas. Dominant, professional. The best I've seen them play as a 2v2. And because both these players are so talented individually, again, they have a certain expectation in a 2v2.
And then the final team to reach those semi-finals today, Team SAF. They went down to GBX and they were down to Team Heretics and they came back, and that was the emotional scenes. Everybody involved there as well. It's just a massive team affair. It's not just down to 2 players, Konkai and Stingray. Everybody involved is part of the celebrations. This, though, are the 2 semi-finals you're going to see. Mike and I just went through them. Movistar Riders taking on MGCF Esports, and Ninjas in Pajamas taking on Team SAF. There are your 4 teams left. Only one can become a champion. Mike, quickly, we're talking about this first semi-final first. MGCF, though, they were South American playoff champions, so they have lifted a title before, but obviously in their own region.
Absolutely. Now we're on that international stage, and it should be said, they beat Fnatic to get here, and they're going to have to replicate that form. What really stands out for me is over the course of 2 legs, they had 6 chances. They converted 3 goals. They hit the post twice, and they missed that one other opportunity. And I bring that up because you have to be clinical at this level. This is the highest, and if you want to continually go on to potentially raise that trophy, have that final celebration, you're going to need everything.
And finally, what can everybody at home expect from this first semi-final, Mike?
I'm hoping there's going to be goals, but it's more than likely that it's going to be a little more low scoring, especially KG for that first leg, as all the competitors, they're just coming out. They haven't gotten a bunch of warm-ups. And I feel, again, the occasion does play a factor here.
And everybody at home and in the studio knows exactly what's at stake. A place in those grand finals. Well, it's now time to meet our teams. And from that first semi-final, they're down on the studio floor with Spencer.
Thank you, Rachel. Yes, as Mike mentioned, it is a different occasion here. It feels different. One thing that is definitely different is our player booths are now on the stage with me rather than in that backdrop behind us. So you're centre stage, right in front of the crowd and, of course, the many people watching at home. So it's time to get our first game underway, and please join me in welcoming our first two semi-finalist teams. It's Tuga and Andoni from Movistar Riders and Barreto and Crepaldi from MGCF. Welcome to the stage, gentlemen. We have to do a little bit of housekeeping before we get things underway, which is in the shape of a coin toss to work out who's going to be home and get kick-off in the first and second leg. So I'd like to welcome FIFA referee James to the stage. James has a coin that he's going to toss and has a green and blue side. Can you just let us know who's green and who's blue?
Green is MGCF, blue is Riders.
Okay, James, please take it away. It is blue, which means Riders will be home in the second leg and therefore have kickoff. If the game goes to extra time, they'll have kickoff in that. That means you are home in the first leg and you have kickoff in that game. Best of luck if you'd like to go to your stations. We're nearly ready. The first semi-final here at the 2022 FIFA E-Club World Cup. Very much looking forward to this one. There's no script being followed so far, so who knows what's going to happen. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, thank you, Spencer. Yeah, the script went out of the window, didn't it, a long time ago. And if you have been watching our whole broadcast, Richard Buckley, one of our commentators, literally threw his script behind us into the crowd there and said, I don't know what's going to happen in this World Championship, because it really has gone out the window, apart from, I'm going to say, Riders. They were on our kind of talking point for ones to watch right at the beginning of the competition, weren't they?
Well, they've been so consistent online, offline. They have a certain reputation amongst the community. And when you have two of the best players, again, with Tuga and Andoni, and they're both structured, they're organized, they work well as a collective, you start to ask the question, why not? Surely these guys have to go far. They're going to be too consistent, too reliable, and they're going to give you a certain, or they're going to meet a certain expectation because of that.
Yeah, and talking about where they have actually featured in their group. So Riders, remember, topped Group B. MGCF, they came third in Group A. It's actually following the same form as the other side in the second semi-final, bring you up to speed. And Riders as well, Mike, they were Europe West and South playoff champions compared to, obviously, the South American champions of MGCF. So again, both had great 2v2 seasons, and it's just about, well, I'm going to ask you, what is it about? Who wants it the most? Who can deal with the occasion? Remember now the pods have moved as well, haven't they? They used to be situated all around the studio. Now they're front and centre. Everybody in here has the eyes on just those two pods. It really does make this occasion feel a little bit more special.
And when you talk to players that have competed in those regions, whether you're going to Europe or you're going to South America, of course, they know both these guys very well. And the big difference in what's going to separate them is going to come down to those key moments. And I've said this once, I've said that twice. I want to repeat it as many times as possible, especially in a game that's going to be tight. You're not going to get a bunch of free flow here. What do you do with it when you get it on the edge of the box? When you need that extra pass, that extra skill, or a defensive step, or a poorly timed offside trap, you name it. I can get into the intricacies, but it plays a big factor. What do you do throughout the game in those small but still very big moments that are going to separate you positively or negatively?
Well, you only get to those moments as well if you don't rush your game. We've seen it time and time again. Those who rush it don't manage to convert and get that all-important goal. Well, it is time then for our first semi-final. Movistar Riders taking on MGCF Esports. One team from Spain with a Portuguese and a Spanish player, and then one team from South America with two Brazilian players. This is going to be an awesome occasion, a great matchup to kick things off on Championship Saturday. Let's hand over to Richard Buckley and Brandon Smith.
Thank you very much, Rachel. And yes, here we go then. Semi-final number 1 here from the FIFAe Club World Cup is underway. It might not be a championship Sunday, it's a championship Saturday. And there's $100,000 still on the line. And someone will be lifting the trophy here in just a few hours' time. As I said earlier, 100 teams signed up to try and get to Copenhagen as part of the 24. We battled it out across days of group stages, round of 16 quarter-finals, and now only 4 remain here. We've got a great storyline we've got here of 4 very different clubs that have taken part in this year's FIFAe Club World Cup.
Yeah, we certainly do. When you look at MGCF, for example, they started the year really, really well. When you look back at the FGS Open, a tournament that took place in December, they won the regional final that they participated in. That was the Sao Paulo Open winner. It booked them a ticket to the Team of the Year Cup, and then sort of moving on to that, the Team of the Season Cup. It didn't have a great performance in that, and then once again we saw the rebound qualifying for the Club World Cup. On the other side of it, when you look at Movistar Riders, they didn't qualify for the Team of the Season Cup and have sort of got better and better throughout the year.
Yeah, so I'll be honest, just on that conversation point, you would say they were humbled in London. About 10 weeks ago at the Team of the Season Cup, MGCF Esports qualified for that tournament. They went 0-2. They flew all the way over from Brazil for this tournament. As you said, they got through the Sao Paulo FGS Open. And I think that taste of them thinking, you know, we've just been grouped, we've travelled literally the other side of the world to London. We had to make sure that doesn't happen again. Tuga's over there. I don't think he's given them player instructions of their or players. He's just saying, if you do win, please don't dance again as you have done throughout the knockout stages. But whatever is happening in there,
not too sure, to be honest. So you can see, obviously, Portuguese native language communicating here, and handshakes all round. Tuga, great sportsmanship, but it's very interesting to see him going over to the opposition booth before kickoff.
There you go, that's the first. Just on the point of Movistar Riders, so let's break this team down a little bit more. The past 2 FIFAe Club World Cups, they did make it through to the latter stages. Last year, they had a top 8 finish in Europe via the online zone winners. The year before that, they did compete, or I should say 2 years before that, they did compete in Milan. They did get a top 24 there. They were grouped in short, basically. So this time round, they've improved. But I think what they've done is, yes, Zidane swapped out from that. He's had a great year regardless on his own. But Andoni and Tuga, they're 23 years of age, but they've been in the FIFA scene for quite some time. You know, we're dating back to FIFA 17, 18 onwards here. They've been playing a lot of FIFA individually. They've had a lot of LAN experience, a lot of tournament experience. And whatever they've just been able to create in that camp of Movistar Riders is a very solid, defensive, strong side that has only conceded 8 goals up to this point in the tournament. They won on a penalty shootout yesterday against XL Esports in the quarterfinal to get to this stage. But I think I look at all the teams here, they're the most experienced team.
And one thing that I think is interesting for the people at home maybe to have a look at, and you might be able to predict after the first leg where this game's going. In the 2 previous rounds, when you look at Movistar Riders, 1-0 win going into the second leg against Direwolves, a 1-0 win going into the second leg against XL. When they have led going into those second legs, they don't let it slip, typically. They'll progress, they will go on. Even if they go behind in the second leg, they will reclaim the lead and go on to be victorious.
Well, here we go then. You see the time behind us. It's time for semi-finals here at the FIFAe Club World Cup. And it is underway right about now. $25,000 for just getting to this stage of a top 4. You win again, you double your cash. Alongside that, you'll be in the top 2 of this year's competition. Just back to that point about Movistar Riders. They've lost to one team, Richard. Who was that team in the group stages?
It was SAF.
And it was in Group B. And who else is in the tournament on the opposite side? It is SAF.
That's a long way ahead, though. You're thinking too far ahead. We've got 2 semi-finals to get through before we even contemplate looking and predicting a grand final.
But back to the point you were suggesting, I think you're right. It's going to be crucial for MGCF to go to buy a goal here, because Movistar Riders, when they are able to defend and sit on a lead, they've been superb at doing that. And we saw the explosive start yesterday that the Brazilian duo had of Barreto and Crepaldi against Fnatic as they come forward now with the fellow Brazilian in Pele, who looked to dance in the box early on. Pull it from distance, says yes please, why not? Great save from Van der Sar, but an early warning shot fired at the goal of Movistar Riders. Looking to start on the strong foot. Space in the back post. Great save again from Van der Sar, who is flying everywhere in front of his goal in the first 10 minutes.
It's been all MGCF here. They've come out with a real bit between their teeth. Beautiful corner as well, you've got to say. They played it out, and then sort of the back post was wide open. A very, very promising start for MGCF here. Just as it did against Fnatic when they went 1-0 up inside 7 minutes in the quarter-final tie.
Well, as we said, we called back to that game yesterday. They got 2 goals early, didn't they? It became a mountain to climb for Fnatic that in their post-match interview sort of just discussed the first leg and said it was all there where we found ourselves down by 2 goals, and it was just too late into the second leg. Too much of a task. Could be a chance early doors. Movistar Riders is Van der Sar on the flip side that's also been called into action early on.
I think what we're seeing here in this first 20 minutes, the importance of the first goal. Both teams pushing bodies forward. Both teams really know, and it can't be understated how important that first goal in this tie could and potentially will be.
They've only conceded 8 goals up to this point. Mbappe will sting the hands of Van der Sar. They have been dominant, Movistar Riders. Obviously, as we said, the experienced duo of Andoni, who's been with this team across the last 2 outings in the FIFAe Club World Cup. Both online in Milan in 2020, where there's bad memories for him getting grouped. In that time, he has been to FIFAe World Cups, so has Tuga, including this year.
2 very consistent players when you look at their performances. Always in the debate, always in the tournaments. Great qualifiers.
I mean, what, they were runners-up in December of the FGS Open in at Madrid Open, losing to Casa Esports. However, on from that, they had to go for the qualification of the FIFAe Club World Cup to get this far. It was week after week of online qualifiers for them, where they're able to remain in the competition. And ever since they've touched down here in Copenhagen, they have been superb. MGCF still hunting for that breakthrough. The opening goal, Van der Sar was brave there. It could have went anywhere.
I'm really enjoying the pace at the moment this game's being played at. It's quite direct in its approach. But both teams giving us a very, very, very entertaining opening 30 minutes here in this semi-final.
Mbappe dancing quite literally in the box. This is Movistar Riders dancing still. Van der Sar, another great save. Still just about keeps it alive though. Look at the feet there. CR7 looks to drop the shoulder. Trademark Cristiano Ronaldo there in the box. Nearly went alone.
After an MGCF 10-minute flurry, it's been all Riders here. A couple of green time shots inside the box, looking to create, looking to penetrate that MGCF defence.
It was last night in the hotel, pretty late, about 10 p.m, where I caught the coach of Movistar Riders in SB, had his laptop out. He was literally watching back yesterday's stream, and he was analysing MGCF's performance, how they like to play. There's been a lot of tactical detail that has gone into this game, no doubt, from both sides. Just preparing of maybe what to expect, what the game plan could be. Still can't get over how far away Crapaldi just sits from his monitor.
Still at the back of the booth.
Do you reckon he's packed the sunglasses for today?
Absolutely.
He's been the star of the show, the Brazilian star. And only 19 years of age, he has made a name for himself in this FIFA esports ecosystem. He made the FIFAe World Cup last year. He was a playoff champion in South America. Now part of the E-Nations team as well in Brazil.
Which is very hard to break into as well. And you look at the amount of talent and quality in Brazil.
And he's part of the conversation that Hopefully we'll see more of the same next week in the FIFAe Nations Cup. João Cancelo out on the left-hand side here for the Brazilian side. That'll do us for half-time here. 0-0 in our opening semi-final. Not too much to talk about. There has been chances, though. If it wasn't for Van der Sar putting out some miraculous saves on both sides of the field, it could have been a very different story leading into half-time.
Yeah, a really, really entertaining first half of play there in this semi-final. Both teams going at it, both teams really sort of showing what they're capable of. I know they sort of get maybe a bad rap sometimes, do the Riders, but their average XG is actually 2.0 per leg. That's more than MGCF, 0.7 more than MGCF. And I know XG, we shouldn't be sort of looking into it loads, but it is a stat that sort of shows how the game is going.
Here's the chances from that first leg we've seen so far. It was a rampant start from the Brazilians. That was 8 minutes in from Team MGCF. Then there was another chance here. Another brilliant save from Van der Sar just to tip the one around the post. And as we said, Movie Star Riders, they may be talked about for their play style at times and how good defensively they've been. But just to add on to that point, Richard, they've scored 22 goals up to this point in the tournament compared to MGCF's 19. So you'd be right on that. They do score more goals.
You just saw that chance there, maybe watching that back and thinking there could have potentially been a cutback as Mbappe was inside the box. I think R9 just pulled off towards the 6-yard line, went for the shot. It's a good save in the end. It's a good chance. You probably take that shot thinking we've got an opportunity to score, but the goalkeeper equal to it, as could be a phrase that we use quite a lot throughout this day. The goalkeeper equal to it.
So far, so good for the only goalkeeper that's being used across both of these teams, Edwin van der Sar. Quite frankly, has been the Flying Dutchman from left to right in his goal of some of the saves he's been called in to make him. So far in this game, it's been an action-packed start in our first semi-final. We'll be in for our first goal. It was nearly deja vu to what South did yesterday. Their match-winning goal against Team Heretics, that long crossover. Finding a time green finish. That was an R9, though. This time, that was Jude Bellingham. Into corner for the Spanish org, the Riders. Reverse Elastico Mbappe. This time a normal Elastico. Tries his best to build into the box again. Doesn't last too long.
Positive start yet again from the Riders, as you saw Jude Bellingham bursting forward from the centre of midfield. Green time shot, great block on it, as the live shots of the players right there. Embracing this semi-final and the occasion and the magnitude of it.
Will finds João Cancelo. Riders still tries to poke it onto the feet of R9 to make it the easiest to finish. It just wasn't enough on that occasion. Cancelo again, trying to do his best just to dismantle this midfield line of Movistar Riders. Just offside there. There's Marcelo. Sort of has been Mr. Utility over the last few weeks, you'd have to agree, Richard. He sort of can play anywhere.
Oh, we've seen him score goals. We've seen him play fullback, central midfield, even in sort of a wide midfield area. He can do so many different jobs. He can do so many different roles. You saw Ruud Gullit sprinting forward there from the centre of midfield.
Keep an eye on this run, just being teased by Pele. He could be through. Has he got the legs? Well, Marquinhos, it was on the pressure there. It still made it difficult for the Brazilian, but still just about deals with it. Incredible record, as we said, defensively. The Riders have had up to this point. Only 8 goals they've conceded. And that is across the incredible 14 legs of FIFA. 14 games of FIFA, only conceding 8 goals.
Doesn't sound real when you say it out loud, that stat.
Mbappe, and it goes. Van der Sar should have 2 hands, and he will. Just goes to show that how secure they've been at the back, how well drilled and organised.
I also think the control that they have on games as well. Very rarely, I think we saw maybe a slight chink in their armour yesterday, but and that was with the the XL game, very rarely do they ever get sort of embroiled in back and forth games. Most of the time.
Surely, Mbappe!
It was an awful touch for Mbappe. Very rarely do they ever get embroiled in those end-to-end matches. Most of the time it's controlled and they've got a real hold of the game.
Well, they had a hold of the game for quite a long time yesterday against XL. Then XL came back flying, found themselves 2-1 up, and it made Riders shift there. Santis ever so slightly next to you saw Andoni flying a finesse shot with Lionel Messi.
From a crazy angle as well.
Sort of the quarter-final of finesse shots, wasn't he, yesterday, that one? If you are just tuning in, no matter where you're watching from around the world, this is the FIFAe Club World Cup Grand Final day. This is your semi-final number 1. Following this, we have Ninjas in Pyjamas against Saf. All vying for a spot in this year's Grand Final. The winners will be taking $100,000. It's the biggest it's ever been, this tournament. Bellingham finds his midfield counterpart in Hullet. Riders still unable to find a way through, to find that extra pass to break down MGCF's backline. Have to keep in mind that as soon as they heard that 2v2 was going to be a matter of playing this year in the FIFA eSports FGS season, the FIFA E season, they've been grinding away since, October onwards, trying to find their partner as soon as they could, and it was a case of, right, let's just grind this game out, find the way we want to play. We know there's not all the opportunities in the world to qualify for tournaments, but there is one way. And it is via the FIFAe Club World Cup.
That's a nice build-up.
How organises those players switching. Andoni and Tuga finesse from distance. No real trouble there again for Van der Sar, but
again, though, potentially they've watched how XL managed to get in front against the Riders yesterday and thought those finesse shots, if they're not going to press, if they're not going to embrace us on the edge of the box, we can take those shots, we can take those opportunities, and you know what? It can be a viable way of scoring goals. Final chance of the game going to fall to the Riders. That pause has been queued for about 20 minutes in the top right corner.
Yeah, they won't be getting it, will they? Certainly not in this leg of FIFA. Added time to follow. Just a minute. And as expected, there's always going to be a cagey one. This first semi-finalist feeling out process for two teams that have never played each other before. Should be job clear. It will be, yeah. João Cancelo gets the ball clear. Half-time here in our first semi-final. It is MGCF 0, Riders 0. But there was a game that wasn't. Sorry, it was a game that wasn't full of nothing. There were a number of chances there in the first 45 minutes. Maybe it slowed down ever so slightly in the second half, where both teams just got a feel of how they wanted to play the game. But there is still, as I always say, a lot more to come from it, and there will be, because someone's got to go for it at some point to guarantee themselves a spot in the grand final.
Yeah, a really, really entertaining 0-0. I'll be honest, I think both teams had chances. Both teams looked to be probed to be scoring. And I really do think that this game, potentially in the second leg, as one team will get that goal and then it could explode this game. It could be a real energetic match. However, it could also continue where we've been in the first leg. Opportunities missed, opportunities squandered, and then as we get into those final 10-15 minutes, it could be a one-goal game.
Yeah, well, should we have a look at some of the highlights from that game? As we said, there were chances in it. Here were some of the main chances, and it all came with the first sort of 30 minutes, didn't it, Rich?
Yeah, it certainly did. MGCF had two real big opportunities. This ball whipped to the back post. Great header, but the Edwin van der Sar show was just starting as Arnhem Ronaldo forced another save from the Dutchman. And this was the pick of the bunch for Riders. Great work inside the box. R9 was just loitering, looking for a cutback. Didn't go there in the end, and a good save once again from Edwin van der Sar. That was you know what, actually quite a good chance off the restart. You thought that could have been the goal potentially from Mbappe, but his touch was not quite accurate enough. And again, long-range finesse shot from Ruud Gullit, never really going to be sort of worrying Van der Sar or the Movistar riders at the back.
Yeah, no real sort of sign of little Messi involved in that game either, which, you know, when he's there and you know what they're normally looking for when he's on the pitch, a finesse around the edge of the box, as you see the live shots off the studio here. In the FIFAe Club World Cup, there is a guest, it seems, in the booth of MGCF Esports. Someone else who did play in this tour and wasn't the best of Altin's fourth. Looks America's Zazino there, a player in his own right that will still be buzzing, but there has been an unbelievable run from South America. I saw Nicholas in the crowd earlier today. There'll be a lot of South Americans, Rich, that will be sitting back from home and watching this and hoping that they can go on and do the job today.
Yeah, absolutely, especially sort of after last week's heartbreak in the grand final. If you're supporting Nicholas, if you're a South American FIFA fan, an Argentinian FIFA fan, and you've got another opportunity to ascend to glory and ascend to something magnificent here. It's already been a great tournament for MGCF, but they'll not want this fairy tale to end anytime soon.
No, it really has been a fairy tale for them. They weren't a Masters team this year. They had to go the long way round for any qualification. As you were right to say, Richard, they won the Sao Paulo Open earlier, the late stage of 2021, the early stage of the FIFA 22 season. They were winners there, qualified for the Team of the Season Cup, got a group, but I think what we understood, and for a lot of these teams here, 10 weeks to go away, to re-look on it, to review the way they play, to play to the meta. They've come over to Europe. Didn't have the most flashiest of group stages, still got themselves through. They won games, lost games, drew games, as most teams did, to be completely honest, but they got through, and then they took it up another gear.
And again, it's that typical message that we always say, just get through the groups. Doesn't matter how you do it, doesn't matter if you finish first or fourth, as long as you get through that grueling group standings and make it through to the knockouts, anything is possible, as MGCF eliminated one of the favourites in the quarterfinals, a huge win against Fnatic, 3-2.
The way to get this second leg underway. All to play for still here in Copenhagen, where, as we said last week on that stage, it was Umit of RB Leipzig that won the FIFAe World Cup. This year there'll be new names in Gloria Club.
Chatted to him yesterday, Umit down on the stage. I don't think he stopped smiling in a week. He's still beaming. He's still on top of the world, as he rightfully should be as well. And I'm sure we'll see an equal reaction from either of these potential two teams. But fist bumps are all around. Just look down and I can see the players are getting ready. The countdown has started and the second leg of action is right around the corner.
Here we go then, 5 seconds and we're underway for leg 2 here. It's all to play for in the FIFAe Club World Cup. 0-0 in leg 1. Someone's got to come out and play. It's pretty much a best of one, give it all you got, but a $50,000 game of FIFA, because that is what you guarantee yourself with a win here, alongside a spot in the grand final. We'll be one step away from glory, club glory. It was such an explosive start in leg 1, hopefully more of the same.
And even further now, that first goal, so important. It was a real interest to break through in the first leg. Now in the second leg, with it still being tied 0-0. If you can go 1-0 up,
you can see out a 1-0.
You certainly can.
We have to be honest, yesterday we didn't maybe expect that was that side of MGCF's game against Fnatic when they were up by just a goal to nil. They were leading 3-2 on aggregate, and for quite some time they were able to defend that lead. Comeback available inside. Here's Movistar Riders building nicely. R9 just ducking and diving, trying to find the right way to manoeuvre around the box. Here's Marcelo, drops the shoulder, reversal has to go. It was another time green finish. It goes for a goal kick in the end, and it's panic over for the Brazilians.
Just showing the little bit of versatility in the attacking sense for the Riders. Skill moves, cancels. There was no real interest to try and recycle the ball as soon as it went into Marcelo. It was, look, this is the chance, this is where we're going to pull the trigger and try and create something. Good win high up the pitch, though, from R9 yet again for the Riders.
Massive switch of play. They've enjoyed one or two of those across the last few days. Just the tactics and the formation they have been playing. Look at the space for João Cancelo on the far-hand side here of your screen. Expect the ball to come over to him at some point, as it does slowly work its way over. Marcelo, who made the chance happen just minutes ago, involved again in this attack. Hullet finds R9. Lovely roulette! Even better finish! As the Movistar Riders kick off this semi-final with an opening goal. It's game on here in Copenhagen.
A fantastic goal as well. The patience shown, the recycling of the play from left to right. You mentioned João Cancelo. It came into him, then it got switched all the way back over to the left-hand side. And as soon as they saw a glimpse of an opening, as soon as they saw a crack in that defence, it was lethal finishing from Movistar Riders.
And this is now, Rich, where they have to take the game to Movistar Riders because they don't concede goals. 8 goals across 15 legs of FIFA now. The Brazilian duo are going to have to go all guns blazing and just try to get as many bodies forward as they can, really press and hunt impacts to find a gap, to find a piece of space just to exploit. As every minute goes by, they'll become more and more comfortable with the Riders.
They're edging their way to $50,000 guaranteed and a grand final spot here.
And you could argue 2 players that have been in the conversation for quite a long time that have not had a trophy for a while, for Andoni and for Tuga. Certainly enjoy one here today. The FIFAe Club World Cup. Most possible scenario now is that Movistar Riders get a second goal if you are a South American fan, because that would be the ultimate mission.
They've not really changed the way that they've played, Movistar Riders. They're still looking to go forward. They're still looking to breach that MGCF defence.
Nice reversal has to go in Mbappe. In dangerous area, Mbappe still does well, teases the goalkeeper and doesn't quite get the bounce back he was looking for off the left boot of Mbappe, but still, what a solo effort that was.
Fabulous dribbling inside the box. Just trying to create something out of nothing almost with Kylian Mbappe. And I'll tell you what, for a second I thought I was going to dribble its way into the back of the net.
Kimpembe. Out to Marcelo. Here come MGCF. Hunting for a way back into this semi-final. The third of this game gone. Just look how organised is those white shirts. The players switching from Andoni and Tugas, making it so hard to find a gap, let alone a shooting opportunity. Pull it. And there's a prime example of it. They just wait and wait and wait. They're happy just to sit in, and then when they see a sniff or an opportunity to win the ball back, now they come forward with a counter-attack like this. Numbers queuing up in the box. Van der Sar just about gets 2 hands on that.
We said that 1-0 potentially could be a winning scoreline. 45, 50 minutes away at the moment are the Riders. MGCF come forward here through Marcelo.
They look to get the ball into the box as Ronaldo look to tease her up. Just waiting and buying their time. More time out the game. Pele, scoop turn. Reversal has to go or 2. Pele will try and outsmart Sergio Ramos, but not this time.
Yeah, she couldn't quite get the skill move with the execution that he wanted to there. Promising to get into the area, promising to look, sort of gives you hope if you're MGCF that we can create, we can get into those opportunities, but in the first half, they were registering shots on target. They were registering opportunities. We've not really seen those opportunities coming into this second leg whatsoever. 1-0 the scoreline still to the Movistar Riders.
Yeah, they are 45 minutes away, which if you break it down, 6 minutes of real-life time, which feels a lot longer than that when you're in a game of FIFA. Away from a grand final. It'll be the furthest they've ever been in the FIFAe Club World Cup. Their third time in the final stages of this magical tournament. Let's have a look at the highlights from that first half. And the only goal that did happen there was this chance first that happened early doors. It was reverse elastico that, of course, came off the boot of Marcelo. And then Marcelo was involved again in the build-up to this one, just making that decoy run, then finding, oh no, he was able to find the space. A lovely, well-worked finish there from the Riders, and that put them up 1 goal to the good. That's the only goal we've seen so far, and to be honest, it could be the only goal we see.
Yeah, absolutely. Very well could end up being the final scoreline. MGCF will throw bodies forward, though. They'll not just roll over and let the Riders have this comfortably. They're going to have to defend for their lives, really, if they want to stop the MGCF entourage coming forward. Something's got to give, though, in this second half. Something has to give as we get back underway in the second half of the second leg here in our first semi-final.
When does it get to the stage, Rich, where they just have to go for it, MGCF?
Well, because it's only 1-0, you're probably looking towards maybe the 65th, 70th minute. But as soon as you see that pause cued, it's not going to be an easy substitutions to make. They're going to make it difficult. They're going to keep the ball in play, the Riders, and frustrate MGCF.
Oh, absolutely. They're going to take all the time they need to just stop the attacking threat coming onto the pitch. Has to be a tactical pause whenever it does come in. Big win there from R9. The start attack. Marcelo. Back to R9. Little Lacroqueta or two. Finds Pele. Pull it.
Chance.
Doesn't come to anything that time as pull it on the opposite end. Does just about get clear of that one.
Yeah, he was just looking to create something in around the edge of the box.
Now they could be on here in a battle with Sergio Ramos. The tussle comes out on the side of the Spanish defender. They're not going to get all the possession in the world, are Crepaldi and Barreto, so they need to start making the most of these opportunities now.
You need to be precious when you keep the ball. Make sure that you create something worthwhile. I love that pass just through the middle of the pitch. The driven pass direct, cutting out the midfield, getting straight to the back four.
Do such a good job. Look at the mini-map there. Every single White Rider shirt back defended. Onside, yes he is, Alphonso Davies, Hullet. They have to move it quick. Too quick, the Riders just can't react. R9 might be through. It's just another little touch on the ball from Jude Bellingham that gets possession back in the hands of the side that are in front here.
Just disrupted him a little bit, did it, on his way through. His flow as he entered the box.
This is the difficult part now. You said about the pause coming in. If they pause it now, MGCF, it's going to, you're right to say, for Riders, think, right, we need to keep possession here. Do not let them have a pause for as long as we can. If the ball does fall out of play for a corner or a throw-in,
it'll be a quick one.
Have to squeeze it in there and remember to do so. "25 minutes away from manager. Needs to come in now. Needs to come in now. They don't want it.
Interesting that they've not elected on that ball as it's gone out of play to bring some fresh legs on, or maybe change the tactics or instructions. I imagine their presets will be ready to go as soon as they swap to attacking, ultra-attacking.
Bottom of the screen there. They didn't choose to elect the run of Marcelo. There was an option, but look, you know, you're right to say, who knows when they're going to get another opportunity to pause it right now. Now? There it is.
Fresh legs. 23 minutes left to play.
What position they're in, by the way, Movistar Riders, to see this one out. We said they could see out a 1-0 lead. But what's going to be coming their way for the next 22 minutes is just going to be non-stop Brazilian pressure.
Yeah, team press, bodies flying forward, just trying to force a mistake, force something their way. As you look at the substitutions coming on there, analysing other riders, the tactical approach of their own team, and then MGCF squad as well, what formation or how they're going to line up.
We can jump into the players' camps. There's some deep conversations happening there on both sides, more so on the riders' side, as it's the triple fist bump. Normally means ready to get back into the game. Tuga sort of being the manager there, isn't he? Up to the screen.
Player manager.
We're playing wide. Play the ball wide. MGCF looking to give it all they've got. They've had such an impressive run in this tournament. What a season they've had individually and as a team. 20 minutes away from leaving the tournament with a top 4 finish, which should no doubt be not looked down upon. What an achievement it has been. Or are they going to give us more drama, as they have done over the last few days here in Copenhagen? And extra bodies will pile forward. Will certainly make Movistar riders have to think, have to defend. Smarter, better, be more careful in possession. It could be that chance now. Hullet looking for the right angle, back to Marcelo. Another good save, Van der Sar.
Always seems to be there, doesn't he, Van der Sar? Right place, right time. Diving across his goal, a good save.
What can we see here from a corner? Played short into Ramos, it's fired in. Not the best of balls to Marcelo, but still makes it through to the Real Madrid player. Oh no, you want him in the box, not that far out. Same with Pele, you could argue. Mbappe, Marcelo all queuing up, looking for the angle. Where's the finesse shot? Where's the right opportunity to shoot again? They're just so patient.
And not only that as well, but they didn't actually have that many attacking bodies going forward then. There was no easy pass, there was no offload on the MGCF end. That sort of pressure is going to become more and more prominent, however. Winning the ball back, hunting impact.
This is where they need to move it quickly. You see those few driven passes that you alluded to earlier, Richard, about how well and how impressive they could be. That's a bit desperate, for being honest. Fortunate enough, it does fall back, though, possession to them. Final 8 minutes now. These riders just sit back and try their best to just see out this lead. They knew they were going to be in for pressure for the last 20 minutes or so. Where will a gap appear? Where will a chance emerge from?
With possession overturned and 5 minutes left on the clock, could that be one of the last opportunities for MGCF here in the Club World Cup? It goes long and they will have one more chance.
Looking back on that, probably not the smartest move from riders. To give possession back and to give MGCF just one last roll of the dice. Just haven't been able to really break down these two here. Jude Bellingham and Hullet have been so hard to find a gap in between, where R9's just sort of sitting there in that box, so it seems. Defensive box. Time running out, added time nearly. It's desperate again. Finesse from distance, gets blocked.
It's got to go.
They need some sort of creativity now. A roll of the dice. They may have just thrown it away. And it looks as if Movistar riders will make their best ever outing in a FIFAe Club World Cup. It's a long ball forward. Mbappe's in no man's land. He can make it two. Will he make it two? Yes, he will. And the duo of Tuga and Andoni will send the Spanish esports organisation into their first ever FIFAe Club World Cup Grand Final.
Defensively impeccable the Movistar riders. They have silenced any threat from MGCF in this game and are deserved E-Club World Cup Grand Finalists.
Well, that's part one done here of the semi-finals. Tuga and Andoni make it into this year's Grand Final in Copenhagen, where they'll have a chance to battle out for this year's trophy and $100,000. If we're honest, they just stopped MGCF from playing. They didn't even give them a chance to play.
I mean, MGCF's best opportunity came in the first 10 minutes of the first leg. The finesse shot, it was a good effort. Van der Sar tipped it over the bar. A lot of their chances came from shots outside the box. And then that cross, which they played short from the corner, whipped it into the back post, didn't fall into the back of the net, but Movistar Riders are absolutely flying.
And I bet they're absolutely buzzing as well. Let's head down to Spencer Owen, who's joined by our grand finalists.
Yes, thank you, Brandon. I'm here with the guys from Movistar Riders, your finalists of the E-Club World Cup. Tuga, how does it feel?
Thank you all for supporting us. It has been an amazing journey. We are so glad to be here with the top players in the world, top clubs in the world. Fair play to MGCF. I'm really close friends from that Brazilian guys. They played really, really well. One applause for them, please, guys. They were really, really good.
I like that a lot. Yeah, great runners-up there in that semi-final, MGCF. What's the secret of your success? You know, we talk a lot about your defensive stability. It's so hard to create chances. You've got a clean sheet there in a semi-final. That's a big deal. How do you do it?
I think we combine really well as a duo. Andoni, for me, is one of the most offensive that can do every decision right. He's dribbling, he's passing in the right moment. I think I haven't seen many players doing like him. So as I'm not too good, well said, like in the top players doing the skill moves and that stuff, and Andoni helped me in those situations. And in defensive, I try to control, I try to talk with him to put the players in the right position, to stop some passes, some finesses, and I think our both strengths combine us into a really strong duo, and I think it matches perfectly. But we are in the final. We have still one strong club to beat, and we are looking forward to that final.
Yeah, it's definitely working for you, the guys, the partnership you guys have. Looking ahead to this other semi-final, you've got Ninjas in Pyjamas going up against SAF. Have you got a preference of who you'd like to play in the final?
Honestly, I don't have a preference. We don't have a preference. Whoever comes, we need to beat, and that's it.
Okay. Well done, guys. Movistar Riders there, Andoni and Tuga. Fantastic work. You're in the final. Congratulations. We have the guys for MGCF coming in as well, and Cezinho is going to translate for us. I just want to say, unlucky guys, you know, it's an amazing run from you. How do you feel after the game?
Spencer parabenizou vocês, disse que foi uma jornada incrível de vocês no campeonato e queria saber como vocês se sentem depois da partida.
Eu acho que a gente fez um campeonato muito bom, mas infelizmente a gente não conseguiu jogar do jeito que a gente gostaria nessa semifinal, mas também por méritos dos nossos adversários, e então acho que é isso, é cabeça erguida e a gente vai voltar mais forte e melhor.
Okay, so Barreto told us that they have an amazing journey during the tournament and they feel like they lose because they couldn't implement their gameplay because of many factors, but also because Movistar Riders just defended pretty well. They'll keep the head up and they'll be back stronger for the next tournaments.
I'm glad to hear it. It's been a fantastic tournament. Obviously, we've seen some great moments from these guys. The crowd are very impressed with their celebrations. Are they still proud of what they've done because they've come so far?
Eles todos sabem que é muito difícil chegar aqui. Vocês se sentem orgulhosos de terem chegado aqui porque é um caminho bastante difícil.
Pô, num país como é o Brasil ainda, que tem muito jogador de FIFA bom e muita gente queria estar aqui no nosso lugar. Então, eu seria muito egoísta de primeiramente não agradecer a todos que ajudaram na caminhada de chegar até aqui. Agradecer de verdade, estamos muito orgulhosos do que a gente fez. E bola pra frente, essa é uma vida de um profissional, nem sempre a gente vai ganhar. Então, muito obrigado a todos de verdade, agradecer minha mãe, meu pai, minha família inteira, a MGCF. Muito obrigado, agradecer esse cara aqui, que é um cara excepcional, jogo demais por ele. E muito obrigado, de verdade. Valeu. Agora é no E-Nations, foco.
So he told us, of course, they will be proud. So many good South American teams, so many good South American players. It will be selfish of them to not be proud to reach here. But they all know that it's a competition, only one guy wins. And he was telling that he wants to thank everybody that supported from Brazil, all the teams, all the guys that we're hanging out on Discord to support them, and just want to send a hug to them.
Thank you very much, guys. You've been fantastic. Round of applause once again for MGCF, Barreto and Crapaldi there. Thank you to you, Tizinho, as well. Okay, so one semi-final down. We have one finalist, of course, Movistar Riders. Who will be playing them in the final to take home that trophy? We're going to find out after this next game. But for now, back to the studio.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Spencer, and congratulations then to Movistar Riders, our first finalists, and commiserations then to MGCF. I wanted them through just because of their dance move. They have been spectacular. Such a disappointment to send any team home as well, but they've been such characters, haven't they? So I'm sure we will see them back, as they mentioned. Well, we have someone new in the studio. Tom from XL is joining us now. And Tom, you know exactly what it takes to play both of them. Obviously, you had MGCF in the groups, and then you obviously lost to Riders in that penalty shootout yesterday. Two great teams, two teams that deserve to be in that semi-final there. What was it like to play them both? Let's start with our runners-up there, MGCF.
MGCF are really, really good defensively. They played 5 in defence against us, and we found it hard to break them down. The second day, we got caught out by them as well, because they also have the attacking flair. It's not just a case of we defend and play 0-0. When they go forward, they score goals as well. So, yeah, very similar teams the way they played. I'd say probably out of everyone I've played, they're the 2 most defensively sound, and it's taken them a long way.
Well, we could see that as well, couldn't we, from Riders and yourself yesterday. Went to extra time, then went to that penalty shootout. They just knew where you were going to go every single time. You kept squeezing it, didn't you, into the far corner of the post, but obviously came unstuck just at the end.
Yeah, I said to Gorilla just before we started, trust in the penalties. We've been practicing so much all year that we know even if the keeper dives the right way, we were hitting the corner so well. And obviously the last pen, we decided to go middle. You know, you can't really influence that on stage. You just decide, and it does become a chance of probability at that point, you know. If someone guesses middle, they guess one side. It's just one penalty out of 10 missed, and that's the tight margins it is at FIFA.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 great teams in terms of their defence and their overall game as well, of course. Mike, just talk to me about that last semi-final there. We kind of said it would be a tight, cagey affair, and it was only 2 goals in the end that was the margin, and one came right at the end of that. No goals for MGCF, and possibly what we expected.
I'm sure Tom will agree with me, but if you're going up against Riders, I don't think it's possible to have an offensive explosion. Just the way that they play, they do such a good job of game management, controlling the ball. They just limit how many opportunities are going to happen in the game for both them offensively and, of course, less opportunities for you. Therefore, their defense is going to be strong. And I always look at them as being the most disciplined team out of any of the teams here, and that's a big reason that they find themselves now into the finals.
Yeah, and Tom, did you feel that match played out as you expected it to?
Yeah, judging off what we played yesterday, we knew we had to really change the way we attacked when we played them. We knew how difficult they were, and Mike was spot on there. The discipline levels, there's never a mistake. Players are exactly where they need to be at all times, and you saw us yesterday. We changed the plan. We had to go for long shots. MGCF couldn't quite get them off. I saw them try a few finesses. They probably watched our game yesterday and saw what we did to get 2 goals. But, yeah, played out how we expect, and I think if anyone is to beat Riders, they're going to have to really do something special.
You'll have to wait and see who's joining Riders in that final. Let's just have a quick look back then at our first semi-final and some of the highlights there.
And there were, of course, those 2 goals. You're seeing some of the innovation here with the skill moves. I love that roulette. We're seeing it at the top of the box, a bit of a 50-50. If you're able to turn a defender, turn a midfielder, you open up a lane of space. And then it was late. I don't want to necessarily say it was great. It was just adding some insult to injury, a little bit of a celebration. But this game was already done at the point they walked it around the goalkeeper.
Yeah, and look at those celebrations as well. Those scenes never get boring, do they? Making it into their first grand final here at the Club World Cup. Can they go one step further and lift that trophy? Well, 2 teams still stand in their way. One will join them, of course, and the next semi-finals is Ninjas in Pyjamas taking on SAF. That's coming your way in about 10-15 minutes' time. And Tom's here. Tom, I want your thoughts on that one. Obviously, Riders played SAF in the group stages, and SAF were pretty strong against them. They got a draw and a win in the group stages. If it is SAF, Riders, in that final, can you look at those past results?
Yeah, it definitely plays on your mind. You're aware of how people have set up. You've had more experience playing against it. I think the main thing that I've impressed with Saf is the way they defended yesterday, because we've all seen goals, but they were also leaking a lot. And then when they had to step up yesterday, they managed to keep it tight. So if they can do that against Riders and still carry on, if they do get there, shall I say, but if they, both games, if they can carry on playing with that source in attack, but then also tighten up in defence, they'll have a great chance of winning.
Yeah, and obviously the other team we're talking about are Ninjas in Pyjamas as well. And they actually faced off against each other, did Riders and Ninjas at the playoffs in South and West Europe. Riders came out on top there again. Talking about past results, that was a big result for Riders to get over Ninjas, wasn't it, Mike?
Riders is one of those teams where I don't know if anyone has a positive result going head-to-head against them. At best, maybe you split games at some point. And if you talk to a lot of the pros, if you're looking at results, that pretty much stays true.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll have to wait and see for that semi-final who does join Riders. But for now, we're going to go down to Spencer with a very special guest and someone who knows exactly how to overcome big moments on this stage.
Yes, Rachel, I am joined by FIFA royalty, the current, as of this time last week, FIFA E-World Cup champion, Umut, who obviously, let's get a round of applause going, because if you don't know, where have you been? A week ago, this man won the E-World Cup, $250,000, by the way. Which hopefully you haven't spent yet.
Of course not. I will invest it. I think very smart, so I didn't invest it now, but we will see what can I do in the future with that money.
We've got a sensible champion. That's what we like to see. I wanted to talk to you because I want to see if you've got any advice for the players that are going through, what you went through last week on this stage. It does feel different to the previous days, doesn't it? It's a little bit more hype. There's more cameras in your face. There's more crowd. How did you handle it?
Of course, every player is more nervous, but the opponent is also very nervous. So I think it's like 50-50 then, and I think the important thing is that you stay in the focus. And I think the both teams have like a good experience, and they will do it very well.
Do you think it helps them in this case that they have a partner? Because you're up there all on your own, 1v1. Now obviously the format is 2v2. Do you think it allows you to share the nerves a bit?
Yeah, I think it's also helping a lot because both teams have also a coach. I think he's also helping a lot, and the other team partner is also helping. So I think it's like a little bit less nervous, but of course, like it's so important game. It's like very much money and such a prestige to win this game and to win the trophy. So it will be an intense game, I think.
You talk about handling pressure. This man had to go all the way to penalties to beat Nicholas 99 FC, the most pressurized environment you can pretty much have in football, esports, anything. Do you think this could go to penalties, not the semi-final, but also the final? And who do you have to win the whole thing?
I think it could be going in the penalties, but I think like SAF is more offense. They're scoring a lot of goals. Not that good in defense, for example, like Riders. So I think it will not going in the penalties in this game, but maybe in the final, because the Riders, they are so good in defense, but not scoring that much for sure. We saw the last game. I think the opponent team has not that good chances, so I think maybe in the final we will see again a penalty shootout.
Yeah, I mean, it is tough to get past that Riders' defence. I think the first thing you've got to do is try and go ahead in the game, not let them go 1-0 up, which not many teams have been able to do. Riders already relied on penalties once in the round before this. Obviously, they just got through in the semis. But first off, we have this game, Ninjas in Pyjamas versus SAF. Am I right in thinking that you maybe think Ninjas in Pyjamas could edge it?
Yeah, I think Ninjas in Pyjamas will also go in the final, but of course a 50-50 game. Both teams are really, really good, done it really, really well, so we will see. I hope that the better team will win, and we will see.
Okay, well, it's been great having you here. Congratulations again on an amazing World Cup win. What a man from Germany, our FIFA E-World Cup champion for 2022. We're getting closer to finding out who our E-Club champions for 2022 will be. And let's go back to the studio as we prepare for that game.
Yeah, it's great to get a word there from Amir. It's hard to believe that final took place this time last week on the Sunday, of course. Tom, I'll come to you, though. Obviously, he was crowned a world champion a couple of days ago. Have you managed to speak to him? Has it sunk in yet? He still seems super calm and chilled about what he achieved.
I think we've seen a smile from him all the time. Whenever I've seen him in the players' lounge, whoever he's talking to, there's a constant smile on his face, and I'll be in the same. You know, it's the peak for a pro FIFA player when you start playing. You say, one day I want to be a world champion, and yeah, I don't think that smile will go anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, he won that awesome prize, didn't he, this time last week? And it's now a chance for you guys at home to win some awesome prizes as well. So first one up, get your phones out, scan that little barcode there for your chance to win a pair of those boots on screen. Really easy. Get your phone out, snap that, and it could be you. Well, we also have a massive prize to give away as well. This one is pretty special. It's a chance for you and a friend to head off to the World Cup later on in the year. Qatar Airways are giving you a chance to win an all-expensive paid trip here, a travel package for two. You get flights, you get 2 tickets to 2 games, and you get a chance to stay in a pretty special hotel as well. Who wouldn't want to go to the World Cup later on this year? And finally, as well, we're giving away a pair of these headphones from EPOS. You have to secure 1,000 channel points, so just keep watching the stream here. FIFAe for your chance to win a pair of those in Ghost White. All the players are wearing them out here as well. I think they're wearing them in black, though, if my eyes are not deceiving me. Okay, then, well, that's your chance to win. Let's get back to the guys here who want to lift that Club World Cup trophy then. And it's now down to Ninjas in Pyjamas in this second semi-final, taking on SAF. I'm going to go to Tom again first about SAF. Obviously an English team. Surely you've played them a lot individually and 2v2. Tell us a little bit about this team and why you feel they have gone this far this year.
We've played against them loads because they were in our qualifiers all the time. Really good games. I like the way they play. You know, they make FIFA entertaining to watch. The goals, flying in all the time. Stingray, particularly in the box, you know what he's like. He's got skills coming from every single angle. I've practiced against Sting all year. He's really developed this year. And Konkai as well. He's done very, very well as the partner to be able to adjust, because Stingray, that style of play, it's not easy to come through and blitz with him. But Konkai's managed to adjust, and he's a great partner for him.
We talk about this, Mike, as well. There is a team effort, isn't it? Yes, Stingray's the coach. He's sitting on that right-hand side. You've got Konkai Impact as well in that team, and Zach as the coach. It's a 4-way partnership here, isn't it?
If anything, maybe we should give a shout out to Zach to trying to control Stingray. He can be all over the place in terms of what he's generating, and what we've seen at the biggest stage now is an offensive explosion where you have offensive priority as well, which is rare. In the 2v2s, the majority of the games are going to be a little more defensive, just because you have so much synchronized movement on the defensive end. It makes it harder to innovate and find that space, and these guys have been able to do that. And in fact, we had that comeback versus GBX where you had a 6-5 game, and I don't know if you're going to see an 11-goal thriller wherever you're turning on the screen, 1v1, 2v2, even online throughout the weekend league.
Well, and that comeback again against Heretics. That was possibly even more impressive than the GBX ones. Not in terms of goals. It was a much more tightly contested affair there. But in terms of the team they beat. Team of the season, cup champions, these newcomers in terms of Hidalgo and Matthias Bonanno that everybody just keeps talking about. Everyone keeps pitting them for the title.
Yeah, I think that was the one that impressed me the most, because the people that turn up to these tournaments and they attack. How do I say it? Sometimes they get stopped in like a quarterfinal. Someone can shut them down. I thought maybe Heretics are going to do that, but they've shown they can play the other way. And they can play a slower style and still be able to get to the box and do their skills. So they've shown us both sides really, really well.
We've got to quickly, before we head to the floor for this second semi-final, talk about Ninjas in Pyjamas. They are a force to be reckoned with, Mike.
Happily, let me give you the preview. And in my opinion, and I say that because we've got Tom here, so I'm always open to counter opinions, they're the best balanced team that's remaining in the competition. When I talk about balance, defensively they have a lot of structure, and that's due to Alito. And then you have your Tex-like type of player with someone like Levy, who inside the box, completely unpredictable. You don't know what he's going to come up with. He just looks at the game a little bit differently, so you kind of put him in those positions and you play the support role. And we've seen that done as well with Tex and Diogo to a certain degree, where you just want to get out of his way and let him wiggle, let him work, give him the space to go ahead and elevate the 2v2 game plan.
Yeah, well, they're your two semi-finalists in this one. Ninjas in Pyjamas taking on SAF. Well, it's time then to meet the second semi-finalists. These two teams, they're with Spencer.
Yes, thank you, Rachel. This is it. One team is going to leave the competition. One team is going to book themselves a spot in the final of the E-Club World Cup 2022. Please join me in welcoming our two semi-finalists. First off, we have the Dutchman Levi David and his partner Olelito from Sweden, representing Ninjas in Pyjamas. And of course, the two Brits from Team SAF. We have Stingray and we have Conke. Guys, thank you for joining me. As you know, we have to do a quick coin toss to work out who's going to be home and get kick-off in each leg. So, Referee James, if you'd like to join us here from FIFA, and let us know who's the blue and who's the green side of the coin.
Blue is SAF, green is Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Perfect. Take it away. That is blue, which I believe is SAF home in the second leg. You guys will be home in the first leg. We're going to have a quick chat with you guys before you go to your booths. Starting off with you, Olelito. You're in the semi-final. Are you happy, or is the job not finished yet?
Nah, the job is not finished yet. We want to go for that trophy, of course. In every competition we go into, we want to win. So it's definitely not done yet.
Levi, we saw both of you guys in action last week, of course, at the E-World Cup. Has the disappointment for you both not winning that made your motivation stronger to win this one?
Yeah, 100% sure. I think we learned from that as well, because we both had a pretty good day one and then a pretty bad day two. And yeah, now we had a pretty decent day one, and on day two we turned up and we continued the streak.
Yeah, and you're here in day three, the championship day. As a move over to SAF guys here, starting off with Stingray. How important, and it's a bit of a joke we made about it, but we've really seen an improvement since you started wearing this hat. Can you explain exactly what's been going on?
Honestly, I have no idea. All of a sudden, I put the hat on and, yeah, goals galore.
It has been goals galore. That's very much your style, isn't it, as a team? Conke, how do you, we talked about it earlier there, but how do you sort of balance off with Stingray's attacking play? Is more emphasis on defence for you?
I kind of just give him the ball. I'm just a support player. I just do all the basics and then let him do everything that's a bit more advanced.
What are you guys expecting from Ninjas in Pyjamas? They were probably, fairly to say, slightly more hotly tipped for the trophy than you guys were. You've come a little bit under the radar, but you've made it the same way, the same distance. Can you go further and beat them?
Oh, of course we can. I mean, we know what to expect. We've been watching their gameplay. We've got our plan. We stick to it, we win.
They've done their homework. Well, guys, if you'd like to make your way to your booths, best of luck to both SAF and the Ninjas in Pyjamas. This is going to be a really strong semi-final, and I can't call it. I think either team could win this one. Let's find out who's going to come out on top. Back to the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Well, this one is going to be really fun to watch, and we're expecting possibly a few more goals than what we just saw in that first semi-final. You may have noticed as well, Stingray's got that hat on. It's because the lights in here are so bright. Tom, we saw that yesterday, didn't we? He kind of said, I need to change this. It wasn't going his way. He was 3-1 down. That hat has something magic on it, doesn't it? Then he came back 6-5 in that round of 16 matchup. It clearly worked, the hat addition.
We saw it with Nicholas last week. He was wearing a necklace, I think.
Necklace?
Something there. I think Stingray's got his lucky hat now, and we'll see if it carries on for today.
Obviously, we kind of spoke about that. Konkai, the assisting player. He said, I just, here to assist Stingray. There is more to it than that, Mike. It takes weeks, months. Like Mahir from Anchor Esports said he's been practicing with his partner for 6 months to get to this position.
And I was just going to position that for Tom, actually. I look at 2v2s, but there's 3 different types of matchups or pairings that we've been seeing pretty frequently. You have the 2 structured players, which is what we're seeing in the finals now with Riders. And then you have where you have the 2 balanced players, which is more of a Ninjas in Pyjamas, or an Excel, in my opinion, is also in that same category, even a Fnatic to a certain degree. And then you have, and maybe lack of a better word, you have the 1 cracked player, and you're trying to manage him. And that's what you're seeing with Stingray here with SAF, is Konkai came out and said, I'm just there to make sure that we have some sort of order within all this. And I just want to, I want to know, what do you think about that in terms of, are those the 3? Are there more? Because this is still relatively new with 2v2s in FIFA. Therefore, everyone's trying to figure out what works.
I think that's exactly right. The 3 categories you've covered there is perfect. There's some times where it's like, right, can we get one person on the ball in the box? I think when I play for England, I probably play that role with Tex. And then, yeah, with me and Spen, probably a bit more balance, where it's just we're working our way up together. But yeah, them 3 categories. I think the main one is the most balanced one can win. We saw it with Heretics at the Team of the Season Cup. We've seen it with Riders now, where it's just 2 balanced, disciplined people. That seems to be the most effective, but I could have that shut down here.
Yeah, well, it's time to find out. Ninjas in Pyjamas said they've learned from their mistakes last week. They've now made it into the semi-finals. Stingray there and Saf and Konkai and Impact, the third player. They're all ready to take on those boys in the pyjamas. Next up, this second semi-final, it is the Ninjas taking on Saf. And Brandon and Richard are ready and waiting to call it for you.
Yeah, hopefully there'll be a few more goals in this one compared to our last semi-final, but certainly with the play styles that are on offer from both of these teams, we could expect to see that in this one, Rich.
I think that's a guarantee, I'll be honest, and just going off what they were saying on the couch as well. There's nothing wrong with being a great second. Jordan and Pippin, Batman and Robin, Richard and Brandon. I'm a great second, Konkai. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Here we go.
Semi-final number 2 is underway at the FIFAe Club World Cup. Who will be joining Movistar Riders in this year's grand final? Two teams that have been very much on a different journey. We've complimented, we've said how good the Riders have been defensively, but it's sort of gone under the radar how good defensively Ninjas in Pyjamas have been. They've conceded the exact same amount of goals that the Movistar Riders have as well. Only 8 up to this point. They're the only team that have not lost a game also throughout the tournament too. They're unbeaten in the group stages across 10 games. Into the knockout stages as well. They took down a very difficult Anchor Esports from Saudi Arabia, which went to extra time. And they had a 3-0 sweep, you can say, off the German side in Schalke. One question I have got from the offset is Woutweg Horst in this team on Championship Saturday? The answer to that is no. Could be an early start though. Cristiano Ronaldo off the post. And it nearly was an early start for the Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Yeah, great start there for Nip. It was early pressure. They were just keeping the ball around the back, and then as soon as they came forward, it almost seemed as though Ronaldo had given up on the chance, and then very quickly managed to snap that shot away off the upright.
There's never been an English winner, an English org, I should say. Obviously, Tex won the FIFAe Club World Cup many moons ago. As an English organisation, there's never been a winner. As of yet, there's been a Nordic winner before. Obviously, Brøndby back-to-back champions. First 2 FIFAe Club World Cups. Obviously, the Swedish org, Ninjas in Pyjamas, all under that umbrella still. There will be a lot of UK sports fans and players watching from home, no doubt. See if they can egg on Saf. But you look at Ninjas in Pyjamas this year, when you look at individually the years they've had, there's one thing lacking from that year, Rich, is a trophy.
Yeah, for the team, I think Olilito, back in FIFA 19, FIFA 20, was his sort of breakout moment in Atlanta. Memory serves correct, great chance. Van der Sar with a good save. Levidoid's been online. And when I was chatting to Ollie yesterday, sort of in the hotel, he was just saying, I asked him the question, I said, do you have more pressure, A, because this team's been assembled, you've picked 2 of the best players and gone play together, then also B, from last week's disappointing result? He said, yes, we do have more pressure, but it is spurring us on, just as Spencer got out of Ollie down on the stage. They have to perform. They know that they have to perform.
Well, they were an FGS Masters team. They got a top 12 finish in London earlier this year, after losing in the losers bracket to Team Neo. 10 weeks on from that, they've played the tournament of their life here in Copenhagen for a very difficult Group A. 4 wins, 6 draws, and as I just said, 2 knockout wins. But they've had to adjust their gameplay and style throughout this, and they did that against Anchor Esports, which took them right to the wire, where they had to make them play a different meta, a different style of play. Hullet was in at full-back. It was like we're watching FIFA 19 all over again.
It was also a game that they didn't come out enjoying.
But as long as they got the win, that's all that matters there. That's a cheeky elastico from Sergio Ramos. On the flip side for Saf, here's a stat for you. Saf have scored 16 more goals than Ninjas in Pyjamas up to this point. 34 they've registered. They have been the team that have brought attacking FIFA, and I think very enjoyable 2v2 FIFA to watch. As Axel Thompson on the couch there, it's been a joy to watch this team come forward. They had a ridiculously tough quarter-final game yesterday. They were 1-0 down against Team Heretics, the team of the Season Cup winners, but they came back flying with 2 goals, and we have to talk about it. That time green finish from Arnaud Ronaldo, the Stingray, smashed into the top bins. What a way to send themselves into this championship Saturday.
Yeah, the composure that was shown from two players who are relatively...
Could be an early start. It is in pyjamas. Will be off the mark. And one thing that they may have lacked throughout this process for SAF is their defensive capabilities. They do leak a lot of goals. That's goal number 21 they've conceded in this process. That is 13 more goals than Ninjas in Pyjamas have conceded. They don't concede that many goals.
It won't faze them, though. They've been in this position before. They know that they have to come from behind. It's been a very similar story when you look at Sting last week at the Euro Cup and then together in the 2v2 for Team SAF. I don't think you'd necessarily be too worried. I mean, look, they were 1-0 down against Heretics, the best defensive team in the game, and turned it around.
And I think that was what came out of that matchup, especially, Richard, is that we have questioned them defensively throughout this process. Here's South looking for a way back into the tie. They win a corner. But they did prove that they can defend as a duo, and they very much were organised in that difficult quarter-final tie against Team Heretics, which was our last game in day 3 yesterday. The FIFAe Club World Cup.
Great finish, though, from Ninja in Pyjamas. The heel-to-heel. It's a skill move that my heel-to-heels, when I play at home, don't look like that. I don't know what it is, but we've seen a few scored over the course of this weekend and last week. And it's such a useful skill move when timed and when inputted correctly. Created the space and then just lashed it into the top corner.
Saf on the build-up for a way back into this tie. Ginola, R9, dancing! Yes, they have done! Throughout the tournament, Stingray just says, calm down. I'm sure that was no one of his special goals. Cheeky little elastico, pulled away from the player into the top bins. Arno makes it 1-1.
Yeah, you'll take it all day long. The elastico into the finish, into the top corner. Goalkeeper rooted to the spot. Nothing at all you can do about that one. Didn't know if it got a deflection on the way through. The ball path looks like it diverted a little bit further into the top corner, but Arno will take it.
You heard it yesterday on the player cams. There was times where Stingray was just saying, just give me the ball. That's what Konkai said in the nicest way. He says, I'm the support player, but don't get me wrong, still a very talented FIFA player in his own right. He's been a massive part of this team. For Saf, had a good run in the last FGS. Coming up to the season, unfortunately, wasn't good enough for him to get into the playoffs, but regardless of that, another hot prospect in the UK. And that'll do us for half-time. We've already had more goals in one half than we saw in our last quarter, or sorry, last semi-final across all 4 halves.
What did it take? 12 minutes, 11 minutes? We talk about them trailing. They instantly get back into the game. You know what's going to happen. You know they're going to come forward. You know they're going to score goals. And it's probably why they've got so many fans and people watching their game saying, I want to watch the SAF game, because you know it's going to be entertaining. And Ninja Pyjamas are equal to it.
Let's have a look. As the second half, I may have just kicked off, or give you the goals back. Could be a joked about something like that from kick-off yesterday. I think the only person I've seen do something like that was Julian Bianchi in the playoffs with Middle East and Africa in FIFA 20. That was a long time ago. Other than that, I've never seen anyone pull off the magic from the kick-off. Ninjas in Pyjamas. At 1-1, they scored early, as you said. Didn't take them long at all to get under the way. Being referred as a bit of a god squad, those two. Levi David and Olilito. In a short time of being in the FIFA scene. Levi David's 18 years of age.
But they've ascended so quickly up the ranks. We look at Olilito. FIFA 20 was sort of his big year. That's where he did go on to win in Atlanta. And then over the course of the summer, do you remember we had a lot of sort of online tournaments? He was winning pretty much everything. Levi David broke into the scene when he was able to, when he was old enough to play. And last year, back-to-back qualifiers, back-to-back undefeated qualifiers as well in Europe. No one came close to him, really. But again, it couldn't, unfortunately, get over the line for the E-World Cup qualification spot.
Final third of this first leg. Saf on the attack. Nicely done, finds David Ginola. He'll have a little dance in the box, lays it off to Marcelo, maybe so. Marcelo still dancing, moving, grooving towards the massive goal for Saf. He's Stingray again that finds it. Marcelo of all people. He certainly can do that in the box, and he just did.
No one could get near him. He's playing against ghosts in the box there. Stingray. Ducking and diving in between tackles and then smashing it home at the near post.
I think the celebrations there may have caused a slight controller disconnect from Team South. Again, a perfect example. They've just got this never-say-no attitude. Even when they're 1-2-0 down, they always seem to come back flying. Nearly, they've registered 40 goals. They're very close to it. 4 goals away from being the highest goal scorers, I think, of all time, probably, in a FIFAe Club World Cup with the goals they've been able to net.
I think probably the only team that may be in contention, Bromby in FIFA 18, when it was Houston, scoring about 7 a game.
As I've said before, and I'll do it again, there's only one team that's beaten Movistar Riders in this FIFAe Club World Cup, and it was SAF. They both were in Group B. I'll tell you what, if it was to stay like this, it's a long way still to go. The plan to be a very exciting final. SAF on the hunt again for goal number 3 of this game. It's Ronaldo in possession. Jude Bellingham tracking back for Nip. Finds David Ginola. Switch all the way across to Pele again. He'll look to try and creative in the box. That time just stopped in his tracks.
A little bit of space starting to open up though. You just saw CR7 pull away on that far side. They're exploiting the width very well though at the moment, Ninja in Pyjamas. That switch of play has been on pretty much every time.
Well then, what can we do from a set piece here? Goes out into the box. I can confirm that Wakehorst is on the pitch. They have to keep an eye on that. You have been following the FIFAe Club World Cup these last 4 days. You would have noticed that that Dutch forward has been part of the plans for some teams.
Yeah, sometimes plan B comes in the form of a 6'5", 6'6". Wow, Wakehorst.
Which can be a nuisance in the box from a cross from all angles. Again, it's fluid in the attack from South. Pele this time finds Marcelo, the goal scorer. We'll look again to dance, combine, connect. All the skill moves in the world. It's just so quick. Mechanically so sound is Stingray, as we see another prime example of it. He sat there. How are you defending that? It's a case of, do I bite for the tackle or do I just wait?
Just try and double up, but then as soon as you double up, the extra pass is on. It's a real mystery to try and defend against.
Mbappe, Wakehorst doing his job there. He was offside. It's not going to matter. But depending on how much success he has, does it elude the question that maybe Saf have to sort of patch the area up? Maybe the left-hand side of the defence?
Potentially, but I don't know.
He's only been on the pitch for not that long. It's too early to say. Goes for a throw in 12 minutes left here in our first leg. If you have just tuned in, it is Movistar Riders that wait in this year's grand final of the FIFAe Club World Cup for one of these two teams to join them.
I mean, you mentioned sort of defending against Wakehorst. You can potentially look at substitutions coming on there off the bench. For Saf on the right-hand side of the screen. On the left, Nip are ready and rolling to go with 12 minutes left in this first leg.
Well, they're having a little bit of a dabble as well in a tall player. Saf. Looks as if it's a triple change for the English esports organisation.
Gareth Bale.
Zlatan Ibrahimovic. And the number 14 shirt. It has been quite the year for South, a player in the FIFAe World Cup final for the first ever time. And what a run they've had this year. They weren't a Masters team, they weren't involved in the Tots Cup. They had to go the long way through a very long qualification process in EU North. That was the regional qualifiers they were in for this tournament. And they had to go head-to-head with their actual other SAF team in the playoffs to qualify for this tournament.
We just see a slight decrease in pace here to this attack from Ninja in Pyjamas. 4 minutes left on the clock, playing for the last attack, playing for the last chance of this game.
2 minutes left. As they wait patiently, that was nearly a poor pass from.
It was loose, wasn't it?
PSG defender that. Big switches they've been loving throughout this game. What can we see here? What's that back post? You know who they're looking for. He's there at the back post. So is another Dutch player, and it's Van der Sar who's in the air. That'll do us for leg one here in the FIFAe Club World Cup. And it's SAF the lead by 2-1 after being 1-0 down early on. They came back fighting, as they always do, so it seems, in the form of goals. Goals galore, and they picked up 2 huge goals. What a second goal they scored.
Well, it was a fantastic second goal. I'm sure we'll see it in many a compilation from this tournament. The big thing for me that SAF did was they sort of eliminated a lot of the threats offensively. Whenever that ball was switched from right to left, the cross into the box was never on. It was never a good cross. It was never a cross that looked like it could have been dangerous. I think defensively, as soon as they went 1-0 down, they tightened up and they did tighten the screw a little bit. So you'd be very, very, very happy if you're a SAF fan at the moment, because the one, you would say, frailty potentially in their game was the defensive play. If they patch that up, they're going to score goals, but comfortably every game.
I mean, how they've patched up from the group stages. They conceded 15 goals in group stages. Since then, they've tried to tighten up a little bit. They have tightened up in the best regards, especially across 2 legs too, which is much more of a mammoth task. Let's look at the highlights from that first game, because it was Ninjas in Pyjamas that took the early lead.
Yeah, it was. You saw the switcher play yet again, proving to be successful for them. Ronaldo Nazario heel-to-heel inside the box and then lashed it in. Nothing Van der Sar can do about that one at all. You just have a quick look at the top left corner. It was 31 minutes when they did go 1-0 down. 10 minutes later, SAF come forward. Ruud Gullit into David Ginola. He links up to R9. Elastico round the corner, and I think it did get a slight deflection on its way through off Militao, but it was never, ever going to direct the path of the ball outwards. Reverse Elastico into the La Croqueta at the near post, and look at that reaction from everyone at SAF. We saw Cal on the couch, the owner of SAF, just last week, and he was front and centre, giving it large when his team did go 2-1 up.
Yeah, and he lost his voice yesterday, and I'm sure that'll be clipped up somewhere, that reaction for that goal. What a goal it was, by the way. We speak about goal of the day a lot here at the FIFAe Club World Cup. That's
it.
Got to be up there already.
The poll's finished.
What, have you kicked the ball in the second leg?
The poll's over.
I mean, what a goal it was. Again, for Ninjas in Pyjamas there, you say they try and defend as a 2. There's no defending that, is there?
No, you can't. I mean, it's a remarkable, remarkable piece of attacking play, as we see the booths here. Hand warmers in use for Levy and Oilito. 5 seconds remaining.
Here we go. Come on, second leg underway at the FIFAe Club World Cup. They are 90 minutes away from finding themselves in the ultimate glory matchup. The grand final of this year's tournament. More of the same. I'm sure all of the UK FIFA community will be saying. Team Ninjas in Pyjamas, don't write them off as of yet. They have not lost a game throughout this tournament process. Unbeaten in the group stage and beaten until this point also. Come into this one after a 3-0 win against Schalke yesterday. That's how they ended day 3. Confident by the duo of Levi David and Oilito. Kicking from right to left now in this first half of the second leg. First goal for them is huge. Can we see it now? R9 back to goal. Well played. Marquinhos just defended superbly well.
I think the first 45 minutes is going to be very interesting to see how, in particular, Ninja in Pyjamas approach this. Do they try and push it out? Do they try and press a little bit higher up the pitch? Because you can't really give too much of an advantage to SAF in the offensive department, because they will score and they will re-establish and reconfirm this lead.
Keeping on the back post there. A bit of an overload as Cristiano Ronaldo and David Ginola wait patiently to maybe get on the ball. Win it back again, do they? Back to goal. CR7 again will look to dance towards goal. R9 looks to pick up the pieces and try and just tease out a gap in the defence. That wasn't quite the case. Nicely done again. The press is on point from South. Here's Pele towards R9 on a play. Surely back inside.
And is that potentially? I mean, you've got to shoot. I think he's fallen to Konkai at the back post. It looked like he got a really nice touch. It looked like it was a golden opportunity. He's tried to play the extra pass.
Pull it. Fluffs his lines there. Time read. The idea was a finesse. It just wasn't a great one. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, you saw the idea, didn't you? The cutback could have been there, it just wasn't. Switch of play again from Ninjas in Pyjamas. I'll be happy to have survived that attacking chance. There's gaps now to exploit maybe. La Croqueta from Bellingham can't find a way past. Marcelo.
They are pushing numbers forward, though. Ninja in Pyjamas. You just saw on that attack. If they'd have played it right, it could have been 2 against 2.
Pull it. This is nice. R9. Not sure what that was.
Pass back.
Easiest of shots that the Saar will have faced today, no doubt. Whatever it was, just fluff the lines when they're through on goal. Ninjas in Pyjamas there. Ramos. All the skills in the world on this left-hand side. He's enjoyed his time out there on the left-hand side. Here's Huller in the air. Back to R9, could be a gift. Still could, but...
Rebound.
Konkai had the idea there to take a shot, deflection out for a corner.
It bounced really nicely, didn't it, for David Ginola, just to his feet. Couldn't quite get it out and shrug off that defender.
Marcelo, CR7! Massive goal, and that time it was Konkai that added on to the tally for SAF. It's not just a one-man show, it's a team effort.
Where's the defensive numbers? He's got it out wide, he's whipped it to the back post. It's a 1 against 1. Cristiano Ronaldo. He's always going to be favourite at the back post. Their eyes lit up as it got floated in there. He's up against Ramos. It's pretty much always going to be a winner for SAF with Ronaldo. And you can see Renzo on the coaching tool at the back there, probably just reviewing that goal back and saying, how's he got a one-on-one at the back post?
Renzo's sitting there thinking, I've got 60 minutes to come up with a plan of how we're going to get back in this game.
That also doesn't lead to us conceding a lot more, because we are just going to have to throw bodies forward.
I mean, what a dream position. They'd been dreaming about this going to bed last night, Saf. 3-1 up in the second leg, 60 minutes left to play. What a position they're in. They've turned games on their head before. They did exactly this yesterday against Heretics. They were 1-0 down in leg 1, came back flying in leg 2, but this time they've added an extra goal onto their tally. GBX, they were 3-1 down against Team GBX in the round of 16 yesterday. Came back absolutely flying in that second leg, winning the game 7-4 in aggregate. Here come the Ninjas in Pyjamas now. Cristiano Ronaldo on a play. Mbappe, great block once, maybe twice. Marquinhos, incredible at the back. Didn't know much about it, but just stood strong.
Right place, right time there as he tried to find its way across the box for an open goal, open tapping. There just seemed to be a blue shirt in the way.
Seven minutes away from being one half of FIFA, for the biggest payday they've ever had.
$50,000 guaranteed.
Furthest any English esports org has been in this tournament also. Ronaldo. Back to Marcelo now, time running out. They might get a corner or not. Looks like he's gone out for a goal kick, that one.
Everything just seems to be falling their way at the moment, doesn't it? The little second bounces, the corner that could be a goal kick if it got another deflection on its way through, the intricate detail seemingly falling Saf's way at this current moment.
They can have another one on the tally before half-time. They will be in dreamland. Maybe they might be able to now. Ronaldo. Still. There's two players just pressing. They've been so good at that, just backing each other up in these areas. Ginola can't squeeze it through again. They're there, they're pressing. They're with a corner for their efforts. And one play deep into Hullet. And that will be headed away for half-time. What a position they're in. 45 minutes away from a grand final. The biggest of half-time talks from Ninjas in Pyjamas.
You just see that on the left-hand side of your screen, Zach Moore in there giving his discussion of events.
Spoke a lot about mentality yesterday, especially against that Heretics game in that very difficult quarter-final. I'm sure we'll be saying the exact same words again. What a position they're in. 45 minutes to see out a 2-goal lead. And they'll get, as you said, the biggest payday they've ever had. Yes, as you're right to say, 11s did make it to a final last year. It would be joint for an unbelievable opportunity at Glory.
It feels a little bit like what we saw in 2020, where there was a lot of discussion saying, yeah, they're unbelievable, they're really good, but how many people actually put the money where their mouth is and said, yeah, they're going to make the final? And 11 slowly but surely went through the tournament, and then found themselves in a grand final. South 45 minutes away from being Club World Cup grand finalists.
Incredible. Incredible scenes it could honestly be. Of course, Oscar Impacts has been on this journey as well. We're subbed on in the group stages. I think it might be a bit too tight at the moment to to sub on unless the game started to fly the opposite way. 45 minutes left in our second semi-final hit. All to do for Ninjas in Pyjamas, who kick from left to right in that white strip. They have to go for it.
Well, that's the question. What are they going to do? How are they going to change?
They have to be relentless. The SAF, I can assure, back in their mind, they just want to score more goals, but they have to just think, right.
Sensible.
How can we carefully in possession look to just take minutes off the clock? Movistar Riders did so well in their 1-0 win in their semi-final. Maybe a fourth goal could be on the way instead.
Those sort of opportunities will become more frequent, though, for SAF. As Ninja Pyjamas do push more bodies forward, there will be a chance, there will be an opening to potentially kill this game off for Team SAF. It's all about taking it.
See the run there. Cued of Jude Bellingham, wasn't used that time. Shallowing to what they could be looking for. Mbappe, CR7, big goal for Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Big goal. Gives them the confidence, gives them the momentum, gives them the belief that they can bring this game around and they can turn it around just off the shoulder of Kyle Walker, I think it was, at the back there. Ronaldo spinning in behind and then sticking it past the goalkeeper into that far post.
And there is a lot of time left to play. 35 minutes of it. Pause comes in from the Ninjas in Pyjamas, whether that's them going back to the original
game plan
or maybe they're saying let's go up another gear, but as you're right to say, that could lead to a lot of gaps appearing.
Well, they've scored early enough to warrant changing back to sort of what was the original ethos.
Well, this could be. Allison's second guess there for a quick second.
What that also could be is wout time with 60 on the clock.
Well, the Swedish organisation, their first ever FIFAe Club World Cup, would have dreamed to be in the top 4. That dream is still alive. To go one step further would require, though, a moment of magic. Best thing Saf can do, as easy as it says, is just go and score again. Make it a 2-goal cushion. Ronaldo tries his best to keep it in. There's that pause now. Let's see what comes from the side of Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Conversations in the Ninjas in Pyjamas booth right there, as they just have a quick eye up on what Saf are going to be playing.
Well, some Ninjas in Pyjamas just seems like it's a few words on board than...
Yeah, it was more, I think, coaching. A little pause to get some communication in rather than any particular changes being made there.
Yeah, Weggles will be
saved for now.
Just staying warm for now. Looks like he won't be introduced.
A few more
as of yet.
A few more over the gate stretches.
He'll know when it's his time, if he's needed. There's not long left of this game. It might be Zlatan that comes on for the side of Saf. It's been a substitution they've made regardless throughout the tournament, just as that extra outlet, that extra option.
I also think a defensive change as well. Now we're seeing it coming in here for Saf on this left-hand side. It looked to me like Presnel Kimpembe has come on at left-back.
He's shapeshifter item, certainly got the stats to play pretty much anywhere on the pitch. He scored a number of goals. Ramos comes across from left back to centre back. Could be a chance, could be a gift. Lionel Messi, all the time in the world.
Wow. It was a mistake. He passed the ball back, and then the goalkeeper movement, a little bit erratic, but just about did enough.
No matter he's 99 or not, it was on. To be an equaliser for Lionel Messi there, what an opportunity it was. You think back, it's one of them, he just maybe had too much time.
We moved him all the way to the near post.
But they have to just think, right, we've created that now. Yes, it was a mistake, but we will get more chances. 20 minutes still left to play. I don't know if there was a one more pass, and it just moved so quickly there.
It's such a big opportunity, and the game could come down to those small margins. This was the chance. They passed the ball away in the middle of the park. You saw the goalkeeper movement to the near post. Probably didn't go quite enough sort of to warrant the shot across the keeper, and then Van der Sar, full stretch, tipping it out for a corner. Big moments where the game could swing.
Van der Sar, potentially the biggest of saves for Southwell. To keep them in the lead by a goal. Final 20 minutes now.
Zlatan.
All it could be. Zlatan, you could be a hero. What a save from Alisson.
I got flashbacks to yesterday against Heretics. I thought it was going to be a green time volley.
Well, corner to be played in. It's Zlatan with a flick on. Back to Hully. It's in the air for David Ginola. Tap in. What a save again from Alisson.
Alisson is keeping this game alive right now for Ninjas in Pyjamas. 2 outrageous saves to keep this game at 3-2.
Look who's just come on, bottom half of your screen. Well, Weggles, it's his time to shine. Incredible. incredible selection of saves from both ends of the field. This game is still so open. Only a goal that separates these two. Maybe not for so long. Back inside, Cristiano Ronaldo is a bit of a guess at goal. Still could be alive. CR7. Great save. Van der Sar. Corner to come in. From Ninjas in Pyjamas that need a goal. Keep an eye on that man. The big man on the edge of the box. Weghorst.
It's come a long way, Van der Sar. All 18 yards of that penalty area used to reclaim possession for SAF.
Probably something that's not in their forte, but just to see this game out. They'll be desperate for another goal, knowing those two. 8 minutes. Possession again overturned. Time running out, the sand timer. He's not got left. There's not got much left in it, sorry.
It's been turned, and it's draining very quickly.
Keep an eye on that bottom half of your screen. What that man could do, it's just an option. It's just something in the back of their mind. Just say, watch out for him. Messi, poor touch. Loses the battle in the air to João Cancelo. It's in their hands, literally. A lead to throw away. Or a lead to add to. Dancing in the box, it's Cristiano Ronaldo with Stingray. There's 4 blue shirts there. They should win a corner. They will.
It's the perfect area for SAF. As far away from their goal as possible. And are they going to go back or just try and recycle? Possession is their best friend.
And what a story for the English esports organisation that battled it through weeks of online qualifications. They weren't a Masters team. They didn't get any handouts. It's been a long old road, a long old grind for Stingray and Konkai, but they will be in the FIFAe Club World Cup Grand Finals!
What a moment! What scenes for SAF! Top 2 clubs in the world.
Well, it was just a week ago that Stingray had heartbreak in the FIFAe World Cup. That's the least of his worries now. He's back going for glory, and he's one step away, one win away from ultimate glory. But this time for the badge. SAF against Movie Star Riders will be this year's FIFAe World, FIFAe Club World Cup Grand Final. $100,000 on the line, and wow, what a difference in teams we've got. What a grand final we've got. Group B.
Insane scenes. Absolutely insane. And that is what FIFA Esports is all about. The journey. The journey is the most important element of this story, as you see. Fist bumps all around. From SAF to Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Difficult thing for those two. They've got to reset. They're back again for the Nations Cup next week, those two, for Sweden and for the Netherlands.
Yep.
After 2 tournaments before, of course, they would have hoped for glory. Being so close this time, top 4 finish for Ninjas in Pyjamas. But the biggest news, 4-2 winners. There's the owner of that team, Cal of SAF. He'll be over the moon. $50,000 guaranteed for that team. They're in a grand final. But what a game this plans to be. You have to remember, SAF are the only team to have beat Riders in this tournament. The 2 teams from Group B. And we've got to head down to the studio floor now to catch some of the reaction from that team that are in the grand final. Spencer Owen, take it away.
I'm here with the boys from SAF. Lads, you've done it. You're in the final. Stingray, how was that game for you?
Honestly, it was so tough. We know what they're capable of. Unbelievable team. Yeah, push us right to the edge.
Konkai, what's that game saying for you?
It seems like we go 1-0 down every game we play, but again, Olilito and Levy, everyone knows they're 2 of the best players in the world. I'm sure they'll be back here on many events more, so hopefully next year they can go another step further. But yeah, they're such a good team, and I do feel bad for them, but I just want to say that, yeah, fair play to them.
Talk to me about some of those goals. I mean, particularly one of the first goals in the first leg was sensational. You look like I actually don't know who scored it. Okay, Stingray, because you sort of beat your man. Look, you had a shooting opportunity, but you decided to beat him again with Marcelo, I believe.
Yeah, I thought that the shot would be obvious and it could have been blocked, so I decided to give myself a bit more of a better, angle. And yeah, it worked.
Okay, so you're in the final. You know you're going up against Riders. They almost have the opposite play style to you, some would say. It's kind of like an attack versus defence game. What do you have to do to win it?
We beat a style like that before in Heretics, we'll beat him again.
That's a prediction? Is that a promise?
That's a promise.
Okay, well, Team SAF are in the final, guys. Well done to SAF. Well done to all three of you. And yeah, we'll see you in the final. I'm just going to go and join the lads from Team Ninjas in Pyjamas if I can quickly. Guys, I'm sure I can understand how you're feeling right now. Really tough fixture. What's your emotions, Levy?
Yeah, no words, to be honest. We had a big chance to equalize it, but that's FIFA sometimes. And yeah, I don't know, they played really well. Like, especially their second goal was just good. Marcelo with his right foot, debatable still, but I think that deserved a goal. That third goal that's a goal that's hard to take, obviously, but I think we need to look to ourselves because we had the chances, just didn't finish them.
Yeah, Lito, I know you'll be hurting right now. It's been an amazing effort, though, from you guys. Everyone at Ninjas in Pyjamas and associated with Team Hoodit as well. You've put together such an incredible side. What's your thinking?
No, I think, not going to lie, I think I'm putting this loss on me. I mean, I should have scored that shot with Messi. So I think this loss I'm putting on myself, definitely.
I lost. We are a team, bro, never on one play.
We win together, lose together, boys. I'm sure Renzo will agree. In fact, Renzo, what are your thoughts on that game and your team, and how proud are you of these boys' achievements?
I mean, I think Leif just put it, we're a team, we lose as team, we win as team. We did everything we could, I think. Shout out to SAF, they played a really good game, and yeah, in the end, we just came a little bit too short.
Well, listen, let's give a massive round of applause to Ninjas in Pyjamas. It's the only game, the first time they've lost in the whole tournament. They've gone all the way here, so commiserations, lads. I'm sure we'll see you again on this stage very soon. For now, though, I'll send it back to the studio.
Yeah, commiserations to Team Ninjas in Pyjamas there, but a massive congratulations to Team SAF. Awesome job for them to find themselves into the finals. And we have team owner Cal in the studio and Zach as well, the coach. I mean, it is very much a team effort. And guys, you're almost there. Cal, one more step to go. I mean, are your nerves completely done right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
He can't even talk. This man is lost for words. We had him in the studio quite a lot, grilling you, asking you so many questions, and it's a bit of almost a dream come true moment, I'm sure, for you. You've been working so hard for so long for a chance like this.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, 60, 70 hours a week, 3 years in a row, and this is what dreams are made of. And it's credit to the players, it's credit to Zach. For making it to this point, all the volunteers behind the scenes, all the mods, all the traders that we've got, everyone that works and pulls things together, it's not possible without them. So I can only say thanks to them, and hopefully we can take that final step and do it for the whole of the UK FIFA scene as well.
I'm going to bring Zach in a moment, but you on the front row there, watching, almost like a fan as well. Just tell me how it is to sit there and basically live every moment that you're watching your players go through.
I mean, I don't actually like normally watching them because I get too nervous. I think I'll probably go home and order some Just for Men because my hair is probably going to go a bit grey. But unbelievable feeling. It's something very special.
Well, I'm going to bring in Coach Zach now as well. Obviously, you are really living every moment. You're sat in that pod as well. The light's very much on you and the three guys in your team. How proud are you, though, right now? One more step to go, like I just said to Cal, but such a great achievement anyway. Grand finalists.
Yeah, no, I'm really proud of the team. Like today and yesterday, our mentality been phenomenal. Day one, it wasn't more so we played bad. We let little things get to us. And now we're believing when we go down, we can come back from any lead. I really believe that. But against Movistar in the final, if you go 1 or 2-0 down against them, it's a real struggle because they're so good defensively. So we're going to have to be better in the final. So hopefully start the first leg better.
And we've seen you with the coaching tool. We've seen you pointing at the camera, touching your head. You're outthinking the opposition. What shifts or changes have you made on the fly? Because I don't know if I've seen a busier coach back there.
I think the big thing going forward, we've been building up a lot slower. I mean,
even though we were leaking so many goals, we were building up too quick, so we'd lose the ball on the edge of the box, and then we'd be countered so many times. So building up a lot slower has been more useful for us in this tournament, because normally we just go, we fly, counter-attack, but it's been working way better for us to build up a lot slower.
And can you tell us a little bit more about the origin of this partnership, how it came about? Because Stingray was obviously up and coming, and he's a bit of a crazy player. I think everyone would admit with that. Even some of the interviews, you see it too. You can tell when he's flowing and he's got all the fluidity, and you can also tell when he's really upset and he's not focused at all in the match. We saw maybe a 10-minute break the other day where I think he said something about the lights. We had the hat go on, and then they said Stingray was a new guy. And then we have Kunkai, who a lot of people don't know a lot about him. And very different personalities, completely. The way they play FIFA, very different as well. And he was saying earlier that he's very much so a support player. How does this partnership come about?
I'm lucky, to be honest, because at the start of the year, I was coaching XL the first couple of months. I'd been Gorilla's coach for 2 years, and then they let me go. And luckily, I was able to go with Stingray, with Saf. They offered me, and Stingray's, I think, top 5 attacking player in the world, maybe the best at the moment. And then Kai as well. When Sting gives him confidence, it uplifts Kai. And I really think we're the best attacking team at 2v2 at the moment. But obviously our defense does need to be good in the final for us to win.
Well, I think that is pretty true. They've scored 12 goals in the knockouts alone and conceded just 2. So they're doing, well, 2, I'm going to say, within the semi-finals and quarters. I'll forget that 5 that you conceded in the round of 16. That's the past now, guys. Let's have a look, though, at some of the highlights from that last game. It was so good. Obviously, they went 1 goal down there, and then this is it at 2-1 to SAF when they'd already got a couple back, Mike.
Yeah, they extended their lead, and this was crucial because you had that 2-goal difference, and it allows you to play a little more defensive, to sit a little bit deeper, and you look for the counterattacks, and you also know that Ninjas at this point has to start committing more bodies, which means there's more space. I think you guys did a fantastic job closing it out as well. You see the turn here to really give hope for Ninjas in Pajamas, and of course there's going to be missed chances on both ends, and you guys added another one in the 90th. Just, again, maybe a little added bonus heading into the finals. You see the extra pass. Who else? Stingray on the back end of that first time. Ibrahimovic with the fake bow tie. It just feels fitting.
Yeah, I mean, look at those scenes. I'm sure Cal and Zach will want to watch those for some time. That's the moment that you've all been waiting for, and Cal was down there as well with a pretty strong SAF contingent celebrating. We'll ask you about who's in the crowd a bit later, but this is confirmation then of those results. So earlier we saw the Movistar Riders take on MGCF there. 2-0 was the deciding result. And then Ninjas in Pajamas, our second semi-final, and SAF, the end score there was 4-2 to book their spot in that final against the Riders a little bit later on. That's coming at 5:30, so a little bit of time to wait. The arena's cleared out here. Everyone's going to reset for the massive occasion later on. And we've had some goals already today, many of them some absolute screamers, and you guys as well can vote for the goal of the day. But this is the result from yesterday's goal of the day, and it came from Schalke there against Neo, that all-German tie that we were treated to.
You see the McGeady cancel, the extra pass, stop, pause, reverse elastico. Ginola gets his eyes up, knows what to do when the goalkeeper scoots, hits it on the near post.
I mean, possibly one of SAF's goals may have that accolade tomorrow because they've scored quite the number of goals already. Zach was saying that one of the best attacking players in the world is Stingray, and Konkai obviously just helping that partnership as well. Guys, thank you for joining us. I'm going to let you go, though, because it is time for the grand final. You guys need to go and reset, have a little bit of a team talk, and get yourself prepared for that. And guys at home, we'll be back in about half an hour as well, because it all kicks off here at 5:30 Central European time. You are not going to want to miss this one. It's the Movistar Riders from Spain, a Portuguese and a Spanish player, going up against the guys from England in Team SAF for the title of the FIFAe Club World Cup champions. All's on the line. Who's going to take that trophy home? We'll find out at 5:30. Come back and join us. But for now, we'll leave you with some highlights from those classic semi-finals. See you later. Goodbye.
go out, we start moving. Running through it all that dope, we ain't losing. We ain't gonna fall back, now we going in. Ain't nobody stopping us, only option to win. So we take it all, never fall on gas. And we going hard, no flaws, all facts. If you wanna call it a bluff, let's dance. But you better trust that you stand no chance. We on that next level. We on that next level. We on that next level. We on that next level, no capping. Ain't nobody quite as good when I'm rapping. When I hit the stage, the flames they start flying. Ironic, the king of the jungle, but not lying. Wouldn't be as good as me if I stopped trying. Better just pick a corner and start crying. I'll be the one they looked up to when I'm crushing down. I was born for the throne. I look good in that crown. When the lights go out, we start moving. Running through it all that dope, we ain't losing. We ain't gonna fall back, now we going in. Ain't nobody stopping us, only option to win. So we take it all, never fall on gas. And we going hard, no flaws, all facts. If you wanna call it a bluff, let's dance. But you better trust that you stand no chance. We on that next level. We on that next level. I look good in that crown. We on that next level.
Well, 24 players started on this journey. Only 2 teams remain. We've got the Movistar Riders from Portugal and Spain. They're Tuga and Andoni taking on the team from England. Team SAF, Stingray, Konkai and Impact make up that team. Only one can get their hands on this trophy. Well, welcome then to the Bella Arena for your grand finals of the FIFAe Club World Cup 2022, where we are moments away from deciding our champions. We mentioned this trophy will also take home a cool $100,000. That is a big prize. It's a lot at stake. Spencer Owen next to me. We've got the riders, very defensive. We've got Saf, super attacking. What kind of final do you think we're in for?
Well, it depends who gets their way, doesn't it? Because we have got these two conflicting styles going up against each other. Traditionally, when Movistar riders have taken the lead, it's been pretty hard to get back in there. They're so defensively organised. But if Saf come out early, firing, getting the goals, fantastic goals they've been scoring, it asks a little bit more of riders. What can they do when they're behind? So, yeah, it's a fascinating matchup. Two pretty much as different teams as you could get at this point.
And remember at home as well, they both came from that same group. And if we cast our minds back to days 1 and 2, it was Saf who, I'm going to say, got the better of riders on both occasions. They got a draw and a win there. Is it going to be third time lucky for riders this time?
I mean, this is obviously different in the sense it's a two-legged matchup. They were two single-leg. There was no aggregate scoreline across those two games, and that can change a lot. You know, when you have that first leg to kind of take that first game and work out what's working, what's not, and then apply it to a second match, you do see different results. So I'd say neither should be, you know, too confident or not confident as a result of them. But if you're Saf, yeah, you're looking at it, you're saying, look, we've done it against them before. If we did those exact two results again, we will be the champions. We will be lifting that trophy. So it's set up to be a crazy final.
And you keep speaking to all the players. They're quite different as well, aren't they, in terms of teams?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Tuga, for example, is a military background, and he plays FIFA in a military-style fashion. By that, I mean disciplined, organised, very hard to break down. Whereas, and obviously there's two players in every team. You know, you've got Andoni as well, and Tuga speaks a lot about Andoni's attacking play, being able to do things that Tuga can't do with the ball, which shows you the balance they've got there. And you look at the other team, and it seems very much geared around Stingray's strengths. He has some incredible strengths going forward, and Conke's job there is just to sort of cater towards them and help him do what he can do and almost get out of his way and do the hard work, the ugly work. Maybe it doesn't get the credit it deserves, but it's still very important. So, but again, if you compare Tuga to Stingray, yeah, they couldn't be more different.
Well, two teams left in this grand final, two different styles of play, two different personalities in the pods as well. This is set up to be an absolute cracker. Let's hand over to our casters for this momentous occasion. We've got Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley.
Thank you very much, Rachel and Spencer. Yes, what a grand final we have got. Out of all the countries, all the 800 plus clubs that started this journey many months ago, it's two teams from Europe and from Europe North. They're in the exact same regional bracket for this qualification. They're in the same group as we've been talking about. It's sometimes interesting how finals come about, especially when these two have been through such a journey over these last 4 days.
I think journey is a great word to describe it. Not only over the last 4 days, over the last 9 months since we've been in this qualification process. We've found the best two, Saf and Riders. Who is going to come out on top? Something has to give. Fire and water, offense and defense. What is going to come out on top? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. We'll see some fantastic history can be made as well. First ever English winner, first ever Spanish winner. I mean, it's plans to be a great final. $100,000 on the line as well. We can't wait for it. We'll be back in the commentary booth very soon for it. But for now, back to the studio for a bit more build-up.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Well, it's definitely building inside the Bella Arena here as we approach our grand final. I'm going to bring in Mike Clabell now, who's been here watching all these matches with us for the past couple of days. Now, Mike, we finally have our grand finalists. Movistar Riders taking on Team Saf. We had Team Saf up here after that big occasion. I'm going to say it was a big occasion for them to get here. They've just been building slowly over the past couple of days. Are they ready for this final? Can they go into another gear?
I don't think they could be more ready, and something that helps them, at least in my opinion in this circumstance, is they're going back-to-back. If you recall, Tuga and Andoni have some time off now. I know they got the win, and they were able to watch that game in full effect and maybe analyze and research, but there's a difference between taking your hands away from the sticks for a minute and then trying to regain that exact same form that you had earlier.
Yeah, well, let's have a look then at the styles of play as well. We mentioned Saf have scored 12 goals so far. To Riders, 6. Can we look into that at all, what we're expecting to see out there?
It's pretty simple. You have the best defensive team versus the best offensive team, and they're meeting for a clash in the finals. And if you follow the principles or the rules or the guidelines of Tuga and Andoni, it's going to be problematic for SAF. However, SAF has the X Factor, which I think should just be rebranded to the Stingray Factor at this point because he's so unpredictable in the box. As long as you get the ball there, you kind of let him work, cheer him on, be his hype man. And we also have to give a lot of love to Kunkai, who I feel like doesn't maybe get the appreciation. But in order to be in a partnership like that, there's a lot that you have to align on. And defensively, I've been very impressed from them as the tournament's gone on because we've seen some games where they're very shaky at the back. They left big gaps, and that's been eliminated in the recent form, and that's why they've been able to reach the finals.
Well, quickly as well, SAF, they went 1-0 down, they bounced back. Riders haven't really faced adversity. If they do go down, do they have the ability to come back?
Of course they do, and I would say they faced adversity when they went up against Excel yesterday, I should say, in that elimination game where you saw the penalty kicks, and those were really back and forth, but there was moments where they had to come back in that affair, and they showed that they could do that. But again, when you got experience like Tuga, you have experience like Andoni, they're used to the big stage. They're used to winning events, or at least being in the conversation to win those events. That's part of their conversation. That's part of the dialogue.
Well, the big stage is set. The time is now. Spencer is down there to welcome our two teams to this grand final.
Yes, thank you, Rachel. It is final time to play this final. We do need those two teams, so please join me in welcoming the first of the finalists, the guys from Movistar Riders. The Spanish team here, represented by the Spaniard Andoni, who points to his head, and the Portuguese Tuga. What a run it's been for these two. So solid defensively, scoring the goals going forward, but they need an opponent for this final. And that team, we're going to welcome right now, they go by the name of SAF. Stingray is going to lead this team out there. He's got the Stingray factor, as Mike describes it, with his teammate Konkai, and of course Impacts as well. It's a three-man team here, all of them from the UK. Okay, guys, thank you for joining me on the stage. Before we have a word with them, we need to do a coin flip, and this is going to decide who gets the kickoff and the home leg in each tie. I believe referee Philip is ready to join us from FIFA. And he has a coin which has a blue side and a green side. Can you let us know, Philip, who's blue and who's green?
Blue is Riders, green is SAF.
Okay, please flip away. And it stayed on the stage. It's teasing us. I think it's going to be green. No, it's not. It's blue. Last minute drama. Okay, you guys are blue. That means you're going to be home in the second leg. So if the game was to go to extra time, you would have kick-off in extra time. That means you guys will be kicking off in the first leg, and you'll be home in that first leg. Right, before we get into the game, quick chat with the guys. You promised us before this game, after your semi-final, that this was going to be a SAF win. You feeling confident?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it now, ready to lift it, to be honest.
What do you have to do to lift it? You know, coming up against a team who have been so solid defensively. Yes, you guys have been scoring lots of goals, but who's going to win that battle?
I mean, we know what we need to do. I mean, how many goals we conceded? 8, is it? And we've scored 4 of them, so I'm confident we can score more.
Yeah, you have had a very good group stage against them. Obviously, those 2 games. Konkai, you just do the same thing again. Is it as simple as that?
Yeah, we know how we have to play. We know how they play. So, yeah, we'll just do what we did in the group stages, and then hopefully we'll lift that trophy.
Okay, remember, $100,000 on the line. It's a serious game. Tuga, you've been in the scene for a long, long time. Is this the biggest game of your career so far?
Yeah, I think I've played many big games. I think this is the biggest one. I have one match against Tex in Food Champions Cup in Atlanta back in the 19. I lost that final, but I wasn't just as experienced player as I am now. And I think we are a strong duo. They are a good team and made the best wins.
You heard, obviously, their confidence there. They know what they've got to do. They've played you in the group stage. They had some decent results against you. How are you going to counteract their attacking prowess?
Yeah, we just studied their games against NIP, also their game against us in the group stage. We know what to do. We have our strategy, and let's put it on, and let's see if we can have a good result, obviously.
Okay, well, both teams have their strategy. It's time to put these strategies against each other. Guys, if you'd like to go to your booths and prepare for the FIFA E-Club World Cup final in 2022. It's been 2 years since we last staged this event. 2 years in the waiting. It's time to crown a new champion. Over to you guys.
Well, Championship Saturday is here. We're excited in the studio as well. Mike, we just heard those interview, and we were just saying how much, I guess, Stingray has grown in confidence over the past couple of days. He's turned into a different player, hasn't he?
I'm loving it. I'm here for it. I don't know what he's going to say in the interviews. He said they scored half the goals that have been conceded when you're looking at Riders. And I think that's maybe given a little bit of a nudge, saying that we're ready, we're prepared to score more.
Well, he said he's prepared to score more, didn't he? They've already scored 12. He wants more than 12. That's obviously over 3 games, remember, but still, it's a lot compared to the Riders. Let's talk about the Riders there. Tuga just said it's possibly the biggest game of his career. He's played in big moment matches before, but this is the time to really clutch up, isn't it, Mike?
And he won't be rattled. Neither will someone like Andoni. Again, they have a lot of experience in these circumstances. And he referenced the Tex matchup. That might still be sitting with him because in that game, it didn't go in his favor. And Tex had a couple famous moments in terms of some of the skill moves that are still on display to this day.
Well, this is the biggest moment in all of these players' careers, and one is going to go down in the history books as the FIFA E-Club World Champion for 2022. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be the team from England, Team SAF, or will it be the Spanish outfit, Movistar Riders? Well, the time is now. It's about to find out. We're going to hand over to Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley for the grand final.
Well, this is a very special tournament, the FIFA E-Club World Cup. 6 years ago, it kicked off for its first ever FIFA Interactive Club World Cup in London. Since then, it's been to Paris, it's been to Milan, it's been online, and now it's back on land in Denmark. And if you can cast your mind back, Richard, just think of some of the finals we've had. Penalty shootouts, Bromby comebacks. This one, you hope, can live up there as one of the history books.
Absolutely. I don't think we'll have had a final like this where we've got two such opposing play styles. When you think back to that complexity final against 11s, it was different as well because it was the individuals. This is the 2v2. This is the moment. This is the time to shine for both of these two rosters. I'm intrigued. I'm interested. I am on the edge of my seat because something has to give.
Well, from 24 teams that came here to Denmark, it's these two that are in the same group. They're in the same qualification in European North, in that regional bracket qualifier, to get themselves to this stage. They were both in Group B. One finished top, one finished third. Movistar Riders lost one game. It was to SAF, and as Stingray stands there on the stage, he's right. SAF have scored 4 of the 8 goals that Movistar Riders have conceded up to this point.
Do they have the answer? That's the question. Do they have the answer to the Riders puzzle? No one has been able to crack it other than a couple of glimpses of what we saw in the group standings. In the knockouts, they've been impenetrable. It was a penalty shootout that was the closest exit that they had, where there was back and forth with XL. They were flawless in that penalty shootout. Since then, they've gone on and continued this defensive just masterclass across the games. I think you told me just before we came on, 11 clean sheets out of 16 legs.
Yeah, that's incredible. 11 clean sheets to SAF's 3 from 16 legs of FIFA. But one stat that Movistar Riders don't have that SAF have is 37 goals registered in this tournament up to date. They have been incredible going forward. The combinations have been there. You saw the goal that Marcelo scored in the semi-final too.
And given how good they have been offensively, they also don't fear conceding. They'll go 1-0 down in games and then turn it around. There's no anxiousness, there's no nervousness, they're not scared of conceding goals because they know that offensively they are better than everyone else in this tournament.
Oh, absolutely, they have proved that throughout an incredible 4 days of action. As we said, this is your grand final for the FIFA E-Club World Cup, $100,000. It's been the biggest it's ever been, this tournament. The 6th time the E-Club World Cup is back, and it's back on land here in Denmark. The first ever year this nation has hosted such a special tournament. It's been all about honouring the badge in this tournament, and these two teams certainly have. It's history that's going to be made regardless, and what a fantastic two teams we've got. They both said it was going to be their biggest match in their career today. It is their biggest match, but here we go. 10 seconds away from the E-Club World Cup final. We can't wait for it. $100,000 on the line. It's Movistar Riders v SAF, and it's coming your way right now. 2 legs of FIFA to decide ultimate glory here in Copenhagen. Who will stand tallest at the end of this matchup? We're underway.
The preview, the anticipation, the nervousness, all out the window as we get into this grand final.
Tell you what, they might start the better of the two from the off. And that's what they've got to do against this Movistar Riders team. They need to score first. Cannot forget that in knockout play, they've only conceded in one leg, Movistar Riders. Other than that, they've had quite the breeze through the knockout stage in terms of how well they've been able to play. 2-0 over Direwolf. Sorry, Richard. It was a penalty shootout win, yes, regardless, but they still kept clean sheets in that matchup. And then 2-1-0. Or a 2-0 result, I should say, against MGCF Esports in that last game, as you were saying, sorry.
And they were under pressure in that game as well. 0-0 after the first leg, then they won the second leg 2-0. You just were seeing sort of the first 7-8 minutes here. SAF have created already a couple of opportunities. The chance at the near post, low percentage, but good to get your eye in nice and early. And now we're going to see, I think, the tail of the game. The majority of it is going to be Riders in possession, trying to probe and trying to create, and SAF looking to counter-attack.
I think they come again. Pele, the star of the show, just driving his attack forward. A couple of ball rolls. It's Pele still, looks to scoop turn. A bit more information as well for those at home that will just be curious to know who's controlling who exactly. So on the side of Movistar Riders, that blue icon above the player's head, I believe, will be Tuga.
And the light blue being Andoni.
And on the flip side, he's been the goal-scoring machine. It's Stingray with the red icon above his head, and see Konkai, who's offered much more than just a support role with that yellow circle above his in-game head. Remember, 2v2 this is. It's about being a team. These have been the best two teams here. We'll be picking up on some of that individual brilliance, no doubt, across these two legs. Stingray in control again. Little think he goes towards the back post where David Ginola is there. As you can see, fans from both sides of these teams.
Just think back, about 24 hours ago, we were watching SAF playing, 3-1 down. Seems a lifetime ago. Memory serves me correct, GBX Esports, that particular matchup, and now look at them in a grand final.
You saw Cal, the owner of SAF, he put out on social media before this. He said, I think I'm dreaming. It's been a dream of a performance from both of these teams, to be completely honest. A grand final. And I think Tuga's right on that. He picked up that FUT Champions Cup sort of final that happened in Atlanta many moons ago. For him, it's the closest he's been to a trophy at a major level. Might have been a 1v1 capacity, but still in a 2v2. It's a huge opportunity for him. And his teammates signed to Movistar Riders at the start of this year in FIFA 22. No doubt he's not looked back since.
I mean, in terms of performance level, he's been the best competitor over the last 2 weeks when you look at his results. He was at the E-World Cup and now at the Club World Cup in a grand final.
Next week he'll be representing Portugal. Finesse from distance. 2 hands on it from Van der Sar. Just another one of those shots fired towards goal to say, keep an eye out for this, because we're not afraid to take a finesse from this far out. They have played 2 times, as we said prior. Yes, SAF did beat them, but in the other game they played in day 1 of the competition, it was a 2-2 draw. Of course, those were all best-of-1 games in the group stages. Of these teams rubbing shoulders being in the same group. that pass result will be in the back of their mind. A lot's happened since then.
Well, on the journey that we've been speaking about, both sides have faced real adversity, whether it's the penalty shootout for Riders, whether it's those real tight, cagey games where they found themselves trailing against Ninja Pyjamas for a little while, against Heretics. But seemingly to always find a way out.
Gianna just coming into a bit of a deeper role there to get on the ball. And team selection has been interesting for South. It's Pele that does started it. No Ovlin or Messi needed. Or Kylian Mbappe. Two Ronaldo's feature, as they have done throughout this whole tournament process. So on the flip side, no David Ginola for Movistar Riders or Pele needed. Here's Marcelo now. Finds Cristiano, little reverse elastico. Here's Movistar Riders looking to dance in the box. Mbappe, they stand strong and win the ball back nicely. The first real sort of sniff in the box that Tuga and Andoni have had so far.
And just before half-time as well, give them a little bit of positivity, this Riders team. Because for as much as we're sort of saying that Riders can get a goal up and defend, you also have to look on the other side of it, where they'll be saying, we're playing against the best scoring team in the tournament. We have to defend well. Otherwise, they could run riot.
Well, that's a half gone already. It flashed past. So there is still a second link to come. A couple of words on board from Coach Espy in the Riders camp. Or Zach Moore, who's been on quite the journey as a FIFA coach over the last few years.
Great insight from him on the couch as well. Talking about how his season's been so far, getting the opportunity to then work with Saf and sort of help mould this team that we're seeing right here in front of us.
What a venue this is, and what a overlook this is off the studio here for our Championship Saturday of the FIFAe Club World Cup. As you said, if you have just tuned in, this is our grand final between two teams that have done so well over the last 4 days. Half-time in our first leg, it is 0-0 as it currently does stand. We will be jumping back into the second half as soon as the players have had a drink and a few words have gone on board.
And each break in play is going to be so important to see how you can take that information that you've just got. Can you spot a weakness? Can you spot a frailty? Can you spot an opening that you can then exploit and try and push your way in front? E-World Cup Grand Final, 0-0. 2 legs of FIFA. Penalty shootout was needed.
Just because it was that level of FIFA that...
And also there were so many mistakes. There was chances to win it on both ends.
I'm sure there will be nerves, no doubt, in the mix amongst all of this jubilation and excitement that these two teams have had today.
And if it can be, and your coach is the deciding factor to give you a little bit of information, to tell you something that they've spotted watching over the shoulder, that's what they're there to do.
They wouldn't have had all the time to prep for their opponents coming into this one for both coaches, but no doubt from playing them in the groups once or twice, to look back on those games. Here's Saf, Elastico, Pele, Stingray, building into an opening goal in leg one.
It just opened up. The space just seemed to open up inside the box. The Elastico created a little bit of a diversion, and one of his more simple goals that he scored, just a La Croqueta. I do think they were very heavily trying to watch the cutback. There weren't really too much pressure on him. They committed to that cutback, and from that angle, left-footed strike, maybe you're asking the goalkeeper, should I say, or your goalkeeper to do a little bit better with Pele on that 4-star weak foot, but if you're a SAF fan, you're not complaining one bit.
That's what he's been doing since he's hit the ground here in Denmark. This could be an instant reply, by the way, for the Movistar Riders. It's quite a tough angle. Mbappe! Minutes is all it would take for Movistar Riders to reply.
Seconds, if that. Straight from kickoff, coming down the other end. And again, from quite an unlikely angle, just hammering it past the goalkeeper. hits the far corner.
And that's the wake-up call to say we're in this grand final as well.
No 0-0 this week.
And Mbappe pops up seconds after South extended their lead. Well, we rumoured about 0-0s at the FIFAe World Cup last week. That's not to be the case. Here 7 days later. Game on. As you were saying, that La Croqueta. He's been doing that since he touched the floor here in Denmark last week in the FIFAe World Cup. He's just been so good mechanically in the area, Stingray. Just the timing, the wherewithal, just to know what skill with combination he's looking for every time. They gave him the space, and next thing you know, it's too late. One ball over the top again.
It was looking like a nice ball for a second. Marquinhos just in the right place at the right time to shepherd it back to Van der Sar, but it's another element where you saw Riders score from an over-the-top through ball. I've not really seen him play that much of those sort of passes throughout this tournament, but when it opens up, when the space is there, sometimes you just have to play it. Sometimes it's too good to look to play an extra pass or to look to overcomplicate.
Well, the angle might have been a bit too tight, to be honest, for Mbappe, but still managed to squeeze it in. Riders on the hump for a second. Mbappe, the goal scorer, involved in the build-up. So's R9. Tried to go through the middle of the two defenders there. Very nearly worked.
He just managed to push that space between the two.
Starts to get more tense here. Could be a chance. That's Ronaldo there. Just couldn't quite get away from Ramos. Ball just didn't bounce as he would have wanted it to. I mean, if it ends even Stevens this first leg, Richard, it will set up perfectly for an explosive leg two. Was there more before that? Here's R9. Riders, watch that back post. Deflection! Fortunately, goes for a corner, not for an own goal. If you're a SAF fan, corner played short. Mbappe involved in what seems like everything at the moment in an attacking sense.
If it is a draw going into the second leg, you'd probably say it suits SAF because they've got 4 points out of 6 in one-legged games against this exact roster.
Watch this one from Ronaldo. Some more impressive stat, as we said. This is leg 17 technically that Movistar Riders have played. And it's only the 6th game they've actually conceded a goal in. They've been so good across 11 legs of FIFA without conceding a goal. They have been the best defensive team here in the tournament. There's always going to be a tough ask when you're playing against the best attacking team. Force comes in. Chest of Carl Walker, and easy dealt with in the end. Saf will come forward again on the counter-attack. Have to cast your mind back to a quarter-final matchup yesterday against Team Heretics when they showcased just how good they are in a counter-attacking moment. You saw R9 raise the roof.
With 5 minutes left to play, I'll just say that, they're giving possession away.
One poor pass could honestly cost you at this level. Lucky enough, João Cancelo there, just back to save the day.
Are they going to look to play potentially for this final chance of the first leg, take a narrow margin lead into that all-important second leg of FIFA?
Well, last chance of the game, it could be. Did time to follow any second now. This is only leg one, remember. Still a second leg to come in. Ramos will tease a run. Added time of a minute. There will be time to play this into the box if there are options queuing. João Cancelo will win it. That should do us for leg one here. It is SAF 1, Movistar Riders 1, but this is only part 1 of 2 of this fairy tale story for one of these two teams.
One-legged shootout for $100,000. Very simple. Who will come out on top? When they matched in the groups, SAF had the advantage, picking up 4 out of 6 points. Has to be a thought in their mind right now that this is suiting us. This isn't a bad result. All the games where Riders have gone in 1-0 up at the break, they've gone on to win. Every game so far where they've got that first goal, they've gone on to be successful. Will it happen again? What will happen? Something has to give.
Well, it has to. Again, keep in mind what they've played 3 times. It was a 2-2, a 1-1.
And a 2-1.
Yeah, and a 2-1. There's always been goals in the game, but it's never been, you know, a pushover game at all. It never would be. Let's have a look at the highlights from that first leg. We said there was goals in it, and this was the first goal that kicked things off. Pele, poor Stingray, showing what you can do. La Criqueta in the box, exited that one so well. And then there was a goal back from Movistar Riders.
Yeah, there certainly was. You see the reaction from everyone involved at SAF. But only a few seconds later did Riders reply. Kylian Mbappe, right-footed strike across the goalkeeper. Van der Sar, no way he's getting near that at all as it hit the top left corner. And that will do us for the first leg of action at the FIFAe Club World Cup. SAF 1, Riders 1.
Yeah, keep in mind, winner of this gets $100,000 and will be lifting that brand new trophy for the first ever time here in Copenhagen. We'll win in extra time. It still could happen. It still could all unfold. We're coming out of that first leg, Rich. Sort of first thoughts you come out of it?
I think defensively, SAF have looked very, very good. I think that was the first question mark. How good would they be defensively? They've been very, very good. Riders haven't really created much. We knew what to expect from Riders defensively. We knew it was going to be hard to break. We knew they were going to be hard to penetrate. But I think if you're on both sides of the fence, if you want a Riders win or if you want a SAF win, you're happy with the first leg. Typically, both of these teams have clutched up in the second leg of action. When it's gone late, they've been great. What will happen this time around?
Yeah, well, it certainly is still open. This is pretty much a best of one, a smash and grab. It so could be. I think what was key, though, was the timing of the goal back from Movistar Riders. Because if they went 1-0 down for 20, 30 minutes in game, they're potentially going into leg 2, 1-0 down. Not saying SAF are going to look to see out that 1-0. It's just not within their DNA. They like to score goals, and they'll probably like to try and find 2 or 3 more.
They also didn't allow SAF to build. It went 1-0. SAF then could have gone, OK, we've got a bit of confidence, got some momentum. We can get a second and maybe a third. They eliminated all that doubt straight away. They went up the other end, straight from the kickoff, stuck it over the top, and Mbappe put it in the top corner. It was a clean slate again. OK, 1-1. It's basically 0-0 at the minute. It's a draw. It's a one-leg shootout to find out who's going to be lifting that E-Club World Cup trophy.
Well, we're ready for it. We hope you are as well. And it's leg 2 of the FIFA E-Club World Cup. And it's all square, heading into leg 2. A best of one, you may as well call it, between two teams that have been superb here in Copenhagen. But there can only be one worthy winner at the end of it all. The first leg gave us 2 goals, evenly split. It was SAF that went 1 goal to the good with Pele. And it was just minutes, seconds later, of real life time, where we saw the Spanish esports team, Movistar Riders, just come back and find a way back into the tie. Who will take a grip of this game here in leg 2? Riders, of course, kicking from left to right in that white strip. Looking to get off the mark early doors. Mbappe will look to dance, twist, turn. Great save, Van der Sar.
Really, really good opportunity there from the Riders. Showing what attacking capability they have got.
That was Andoni as well. Keep in mind that red cursor above the white shirt head is Tuga. And that yellow triangle is Andoni, his teammate. On the flip side, obviously Stingray with the blue. And that light blue-green is Konkai. Really could have went anywhere, though. Chance for Mbappe, brilliant save. Well, Well then, what can we see here from a corner? See Ronaldo and Ronaldo both being moved around. It's out to Cristiano. Well read by Van der Sar, gets two hands on it and brings that to safety.
Yeah, he'll be in no rush either to get this game back underway. On the other side of it, Saf now, dark blue will be Stingray with the light blue. Konkai.
Ronaldo, great feet, covered by Carl Walker.
And you're sort of happy defensively to have those possessions there. You can keep it in the corner. You're not going to create any danger when it's deep in the corner flag. That's an auto clearance from Van der Sar.
Fortunate enough, it does come back to Riders though, without any real hesitation. And as this clock ticks down, pressure will continue to build. The one moment of magic, one brilliantly orchestrated through ball. That was brave from Van der Sar.
Had to be as well. Came out a long, long way.
Preying on the right animation, luckily enough, Van der Sar went, yeah, I'm up for that one.
And again, Riders probably just showing a couple more tools offensively. We've seen a couple of balls over the top, the dribbling inside the box as well, especially when Andoni gets it. He's typically the more creative of the two players. He's the one that can dance.
On this side, obviously, it's a case of Stingray, who could be through. Pele, who's offside. Really clever ball, though, from Konkai there, just to chip it over into the path of Pele. He did bag a goal in leg one. Poor pass from Tuga there, controlling João Cancelo. Now gives possession back to Saf. Switch of play from left to right with the help of David Ginola. There's R9. There's a good fingertip save over the bar from Van der Sar.
Wasn't the designated receiver there, R9. I think Ginola was the man they wanted, but they dropped back, did Riders' defence, allowing a lot more players to be onside.
Still possession, though. Of the English Org. They're the only Org standing from England. There was three that made it into knockouts. Sure, they're getting a lot of support from the UK. It's from the other side. Spanish-Portuguese community will be spearing on Andoni and Tuga to write themselves into the FIFAe Club World Cup history books. Watch that run, just being cued from R9 there. Doesn't need him. João Cancelo instead will pick it up on this right-hand side. The overload of the fullback will cause more problems. I have to agree with you. Yeah, Saf just dealing with it all at the moment. Not bad defensively for a team that conceded 24 goals up to this point.
Well, everything's just being played in front of them at the moment. You see these switches of play. They got used to this as well, playing against Heretics, attacking in a very similar fashion.
There's a great example of a tackle there. Stingray that time with Marquinhos. Watch this run now of R9 if Pele can find it. It's quite an ambitious ball forward.
Asking just a little bit too much from R9. Just going on what I was saying in the way that they're defending. Whenever that ball gets switched left to right, there's probably a little bit of a chat. Okay, I'll go to him, you go to him. But then, other than that, you stay rather stationary. You wait. You're patient. You're not pulling centre-backs out of position. You're not really doing too much with that back four. It's a lot of pressing with the midfielders and marking the passing lanes.
One thing that Riders have been able to do is just slow the game down to play at their pace. They've done it throughout the knockout stages and so in the groups. That's why they top Group B. Incredible. Tally of 25 points, 8 wins they got. They didn't draw games compared to a number of other teams.
It was in those narrow margin matchups where they always seem to come out on top. They always seem to find that late goal or hold on to that lead.
from that, though. They certainly know how to handle the best of one game. 8 wins, 1 draw, 1 defeat in Group B.
And the most impressive thing, transitioning to 2 legs seamlessly.
Well, nearly at half-time. Pressure continues to build here in Copenhagen. This is the FIFAe Club World Cup Grand Final. Sort of feel like they've taken control of this last 15 in-game minutes or so. And Movistar Riders, here they come with potentially the last chance of the half. Can't find its way through. They just have kept them at bay, though, of SAF. Half-time here. Still nothing to separate these two.
Will we see something out of left field? Will we see something potentially a little bit different in this second half? We'll wait and see. You just see there on your screen Zach Moore having a word with both Stingray and Konkai. On the other side of it, Espi discussing what he wants from his team, Tuga and Andoni. I don't think we're going to have too big of a break, I'll be honest. I think maybe a little bit of refreshment. They'll want to get into the second half. They want to get this game back underway probably as soon as possible, because it's not a time to break, really. You're sort of in the flow of the match. Probably more for SAF. I think you alluded to it. Riders were starting to edge on top. They were starting to create a little bit more possession, switching the play. But
do you think if you are Coach Zamble, you're saying, right, we've sat back at it, we've taken the pressure, we need to go at them now?
I don't think it's as easy as just saying, let's just turn it on offensively. They're not allowing them. I mean, you're not going to pull players out of position to try and win the ball back, because then Riders will just score. You have to play almost what's in front of you. They've got kick-off, so they'll get a chance to go forward with this possession. And then see what opens up, see if there's any mistakes that come out. So we played on such tight margins this second half.
As you said, one mistake, one piece of magic will win you a world title. As club champions, 2v2 FIFAe Club World Cup champions this would be. First team to lift a brand new trophy. One goal could be the difference, and it goes into our 9. Well played, Marquinhos, who does get a strong head on that, and Mbappe does well to recycle it, but also happy just to get back and do the dirty there. Wins possession back for SAF and puts them back in control. So you start seeing that creative spark SAF have had in their free-flowing goal-scoring play style, which they have showcased here over the last 4 days in Denmark. The Riders, though, just so good defensively. So happy to play at whatever tempo they wish to also. There's never a rush for them to...
Because they know the game can be one-on-one, one attack at the moment.
Could this be the attack now? Ronaldo's queuing up at the back post, waiting for a cross, crying out for a cross. Cancelo steal, this is brilliant from Andoni. Finds the feet of Tuga, backed inside! Oh, Andoni with a golden chance of Cristiano Ronaldo.
What an opportunity. They recycled the ball so well across the pitch. CR7.
It's got to hit the target.
It's the man you want it to drop to.
How's he not in the target there?
Let off for SAF.
They were building. And potentially building into a championship winning goal. Oh no. Bellingham first on that one. Lucky enough doesn't come to anything, but again, they'll recycle again. They'll take their time just to creep up the pitch. Certainly feels that they have been on top. Movistar Riders, Mbappe. Building again into our 9. Movistar Riders on a play. Marcelo will raise the roof in Copenhagen. A massive goal for the Riders. And they are not long away, not far away from lifting this trophy.
Then a warning sign. They put the feelers out. CR7 missed a golden opportunity. And you got to say, it's probably been coming.
What, 35th minute onwards, it's felt like it's just been
building and building and building, and we see the crescendo right there. But
how many times, Richard, have we sat in this commentary desk and we have seen them down?
A lot.
And questioned and doubted Team SAF, whether it's against Heretics, whether it's against Ninjas in Pyjamas, whether it's against Team GBX. They've always found a way back into the tie.
You can see the changes that are being made here for SAF. The riders, Movistar riders, Tuga and Andoni, 25 minutes away from riding into the sunsets with a FIFAe Club World Cup title to their name and $100,000 in their back pocket.
Changes are made now. Both of these two teams, I can tell you now, they've probably got the greatest game plan of all Movistar riders. It's simple. Get the ball and keep it. Do not let go of it. "11 clean sheets across this FIFAe Club World Cup. 24 minutes or so to claw this one back, to send us into extra time as we've been before here.
See a few fresh faces for SAF. Mbappe, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, both introduced.
Massive switch of play. Finds Alphonso Davies. They could cause havoc now. Could Movistar Riders? Another goal would certainly solidify the result. Andoni doing what he can with Cristiano Ronaldo. Superb defensive display there from Conca, just to be patient with Cancelo.
Just waited for the moment to poke a foot in there. Turn over possession.
Fresh legs, Zlatan there, just trying to get on the ball. And able to do so. Time ticking away. Ticking towards Movistar Riders win, the first Spanish team to win this trophy. After failing in the last two attempts online last year, they were grouped in the European zonal finals. The year before that in Milan, they were grouped as well. Chance, pull it on a play, maybe so. What a save from Van der Sar.
Keeping SAF alive. He's Edwin van der Sar. Big, big moment.
And it was on a play for Tuga.
Yep.
Corner to come in. Just got to get back on the ball.
No intentions really of putting that into the box and going forward. But there's blue shirts that are pressing up the pitch here.
They know what's on the line here, $100,000. You're not going to be risking anything at this point, are you? It's a long ball forward. Who's got the aerial battle there? It's Marcelo or Marcelo. It's a flip of the coin.
He's onside.
It's Tuga charging towards SAF. Score! What a save again from Van der Sar.
Edwin van der Sar keeping SAF in the Club World Cup. Atmosphere building in these final 10 minutes.
Maybe the DJ's a Movistar Riders fan. It's going to be party time in about 9 minutes. Back into the pause when we go again. They will get the ball back at some point.
They'll get a chance. They'll get an opportunity.
What they can do with it. Tuga and Andoni will think back to that chance. Tuga scores that with Hullet. It's game over, Rich. Championship winning goal. It's secured. Get the name on the trophy.
The Hullet chance. So much, probably too much time.
The Van der Sar.
I think he was also debating the extra pass. He'll watch that back. I think there was an opportunity to move it across again and pass it across. Well, 9 minutes on the clock. SAF with everything to do.
9 minutes to play. They've been superb throughout this tournament, but Movie Star Riders just got the grit to see this one out. Two individual players that have been on this scene for so long and have already suffered so much heartbreak in moments like this before in an individual aspect in domestic leagues, major cup finals of the last few FIFA titles. SAF will get possession now in a very dangerous area. What can they do here? Marcelo finds Hullet. It's a poor pass. Does get intercepted, and again, time will trickle down. This is where decision making is key. And your tackles, your player switching. Taking a risk, taking a gamble. Jude Bellingham does well. He sells his man. It could be on a plate now for Pele to charge forward.
Back into the corner.
More time taken out of the game, though. 3 minutes plus additional time left here. As it stands, Movie Star Riders will be E-Club World Cup champions. Everything has to be perfect. Every pass, every button input. That wasn't perfect. That was. Overload has to happen now. Ginola.
Corner.
Will win a corner. With a minute left to play. In the final of this year's FIFA E-Club World Cup. SAF in possession. They need a goal. And they need it now. Chance. Ibrahimovic. Back to Hullet. Flash chance in it. This should be job done. It will be job done. Spain have their moment. Movie Star Riders will be the FIFA E-Club World Cup champions. Tuga and Doni, it is your moment, and you're on the trophy.
Tuga and Andoni, Movie Star Riders, finally get their moment in the starlight. Heartbreak last week for Tuga. Adulation 6 days later.
FIFA E-Club World Cup champions. The first name on the brand new trophy and $100,000 richer. This year it goes to Spain and it joins the winners of Complexity, King Esports, Bromley and so many others last year.
You see the well-wishers on both sides of the booths. Means everything to that man on your screen.
A proud Portuguese FIFA player. Who has sacrificed so much. Alongside a veteran in this scene, Andoni. Commiserations to SAF, what a tournament they played. They've given us thrills and they've taken us on a roller coaster this weekend here in Copenhagen.
Yeah, they'll be heartbroken. Such a tight game, such an evenly contested game. It's the smallest of margins, but Movie Star Riders edge it out in a fantastic final.
Well, 100 came and now only one remain. It is Movie Star Riders and they are joined by Spencer now.
There you go. What a final. And, of course, we have our winners. It gives me a lot of pleasure to introduce to you the winners of the 2022 FIFA E-Club World Cup. It's the Movie Star Riders. Incredible scenes here in Copenhagen. Andoni lifting the trophy to the sky. What a partnership these two have created. Here's Tuga, of course, from Portugal. The defensive king as the friends bombard the stage. Campeones indeed. The Movie Star Riders are the champions of the world. Incredible. I think they're pretty happy, guys. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to see if we can try and get an interview with the guys I know your emotions are running wild right now. Tuga, has he got the Portugal flag around you? Just spin round for me here. Wow, what a final. You've done it. You're the champions.
Finally, after 4 years of competing, I lost some big matches, one against Tex in the grand final for Champions Cup in Atlanta, last year against O'Brien in details to make the semi-final of the World Cup. Never won a major, but I never give up. I worked hard as hell, and I'm here right now and the equal World Cup champion.
You both have done so well. Congratulations. You have won a major now. You can tick that off the list. I know that you do the majority of the talking, but let's speak about your partner, Andoni, here. How good has he been?
He's the best. Since day one, he was in the organization since like 4 or 5 years ago. He adopted me like a young brother in the family. I have no words for all the organization, Movistar Riders, the team manager, our coach, Andoni, all perfect. I thought it was a perfect combination as a duo. I'm so glad I'm here with my teammates, my friends, and most importantly, my brother.
And then let's talk about the final itself. What a game it was. You went behind, and some thought maybe that was the best way to defeat you guys, was to take the lead and keep that ball away from you, but then you equalised straight away. How important was that equaliser and getting it quickly?
It was really important. SAF was probably the biggest or the hardest matches we had in this equal World Cup. They got us 4 points. We only got 1 point in the group stage. And then here they were taking the advantage. There was pressure so high. They were playing so direct. It was crazy to play against them. Fair play to them. I honestly want to do it once again. Guys, please, I know that they are so sad, but make an applause, big applause for them because they are too good, guys.
Yeah, everyone, we're going to speak to the guys from SAF shortly. But well done once again, Movistar Riders, Andoni, Tuga, a sensational tournament. You are the E-Club World Cup champions of 2022. Enjoy your celebrations and your evening. Well done. And we're just going to get the SAF guys over here as well. Stingray's joining me now. Stingray, it's been an incredible tournament from you. I know that it's hurting right now, obviously, in the immediate aftermath, but what are you taking away from that final?
That I can't keep promises, apparently. Congrats to Movistar. They definitely deserved it in the final. And yeah, hopefully this isn't the last of you. I can't speak English.
You definitely won't be the last for either of you guys. You've been fantastic. You know, we've got Impact here as well as part of your team, was involved in the group stage as well. I know Konkai's over there and he's obviously not too pleased with that because it's a terrible one to take, but you came so close. You took the lead, of course. What were you thinking when you took the lead? And then obviously they got that very quick, swift reply, you could call it.
When we took that lead, it was just pure euphoria. Probably that's probably why we conceded. You know, we switched off for a second, but yeah, I'd just like to thank my teammates, Impact, Konkai, the coach, the Welsh Wizards, Zachmore, and yeah.
Yeah, it's an old cliche, isn't it, in football, that you're most vulnerable after you score, and it was the case for you, at least in that game. Let's have a word for the organisation as well, Safi. That's what this event's all about, is the org that really does help these players forge these careers in FIFA. How important have SAF been for you guys?
I mean, it's obvious without them I wouldn't be able to play Club World Cup, so they've played a massive part.
Well done to them. An incredible tournament. You know, it's such an incredible achievement to get this far. You guys don't even see necessarily how long the qualification process is to get here. And I know you're hurting right now, but I'm sure you guys will look back in the weeks and months to come and have some fond memories of it. Impact, you've been part of this squad as well. How's it been for you?
Oh, it's been incredible. Just seeing these two come up from the bottom all the way to the top. I'm honestly so proud of them. Like, I've seen the highs, the lows, and the in-betweens, and yeah, I couldn't be prouder of the boys.
I'm glad to hear that you're proud, and we're proud of you. Well done, guys. All the best, and we'll see you soon. SAF, everybody. Well, we've crowned our winners. We know that Movistar Riders are the E-Club World Cup champions of 2022. I want to hear what you guys made of it in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Spence. Well, they've done it, haven't they? We teased them from the beginning, from day one, that it could be a possibility for those two on shot there. They came in, obviously, Tuga, after 3 attempts. He obviously had 3 chances, 1 last week, 1 this week, and then he's back again next week for the E-Nations. He's finally done it, Mike Lebel. After years of trying to win a major trophy, he's finally done it.
And if you're a FIFA connoisseur, especially on the esports side, you got to be happy for Tuga, happy for Andoni. They've been grinding, and Tuga talked about some of the motivation and the struggles that he had previously, and he was able to take those as forms of motivation to keep him ambitious. And he wanted it or they wanted it and they got the job done there in the final. Very much so executed on their plan as well. Still very disciplined, a great job inside the box with some of the workarounds and the extra passes, and congratulations.
Yeah, riders as well, such popular champions down there. We just saw the celebrations, and Mike mentioned it. Discipline, I feel, for that partnership was key, Richard.
Not only discipline, we've had 2 weeks of FIFAe majors, and the most consistent team / player of the 2 weeks has come out on top. They flew through the groups. They were outstanding. They had a close shave against XL. That was the game that we were probably going to lose if they were to lose a game, and now they've come out on top. Exactly the same as Umit last week.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon, a word on them as well. You commentated that final. They were just so slick. Even when they went 1 goal down, didn't faze them. They came back fighting.
No, they did, and I think, look at those two as a duo. Just top-class professionals in their field as well, Andoni and Tuga. They're only 23, but they've been round the block for a long time. I think the key there was, we mentioned 11 clean sheets in their journey this tournament. They just had the wherewithal to see games out, and that came out on top in the end.
Yeah, Spencer's just joined us in the studio as well. Fresh of interviewing both teams there. Talk to me about the emotions, though, for SAF right now. It's pretty raw, isn't it? But great tournament for those guys. There was 3 English teams, that started. I don't think we expected that English team to be in the final.
No, certainly not. And 3 of them made it to the last 8, of course. Listen, there's nothing we can say or do that are going to make their pain go away now. Only thing that can do that is time, and then more competitions and kind of that remotivation that comes with the next game title. But you see Cal, the team owner, in there with them now, they should be very proud. It's an incredible season. They've been, let's be honest, we've been around for a while in this scene now. They're a fairly new name, and they've come out and they've really made that name a serious name, and they are serious about FIFA, and they've done very well. And that's something that they should use as motivation. There's a lot of teams, including my own, that have never got to that stage of this competition, and we've been around a long time. So be really proud, dust yourself off, go again, use it as motivation to win the next one.
Well, it's definitely putting SAF on the map now, the FIFA map, that is, and it will attract other players as well, attract lots of attention, like Spencer just said. Let's have a quick recap on that final then and look at this winning goal, the moment that Riders clinched it.
And you see that additional pass across, but it's really about the insertion of the entry pass and some of the skills that open up that lane of space. And it just feels fitting that, of course, it's Ruud Gullit, who's just been an absolute monster, a menace in the midfield, defensively, offensively. He just does everything. It really reminds me of the old school Ruud Gullit from the FIFA 17 or the FIFA 18 days and how impactful he's been.
Yeah, absolutely. I also want to say, you mentioned SAF there. Their recruitment has been outstanding, picking up players like Stingray, putting these teams together with Konkai. Other teams weren't really doing this. They were going maybe for the bigger names. They've been looking at the talent. They've been picking it up. And I think they're going to be around for a long, long time, given how good they've been.
Yeah, well, I want to bring in Brandon about Andoni. We keep mentioning Tuga. It was a partnership. Tuga's the one with the trophy at the moment. Moments ago, we just saw Andoni sitting on the steps there, soaking up the atmosphere. What will it mean for his career? 5-time Spanish champion, adding a world title to his accolades.
Yeah, and I think for him this year, he's been achieving a lot in terms of he's been making big finals in La Liga. Domestically, he's always been a name in Spain, but I think he was missing a world championship like this. Yes, it's a 2v2 one, but still it's a world championship. And for someone that's committed so much of his life to FIFA esports like Tuga, it's deserved. It's been a long time coming, and it's a credit to him and his teammate.
Yeah, and Konkai, obviously, emotional scenes after that. He couldn't come and pick himself up for the interview, but he's got to learn as well from being in that partnership with Stingray. Impact has to as well, and it has to really motivate them and propel them to greater things too.
Well, also not to be too hard on yourself. We heard the Olito interview from before, and I talked to Olito a little bit out there. We hugged it out. And at the end of the day, we build up these big moments as we should, but there's a lot more happening in life, and there's future competitions, future opportunities. And just to get to the finals or the semifinals or even the top 8, the top 16, being at any of these events is a massive, massive accomplishment. You're in the top 0.1111, whatever the percentage looks like, in order to qualify.
And you talk about, the Movistar guys being young at 23. Stingray's 18. Where will he be in 5 years when he's 23? Let me tell you, I think he'll have some big titles under his belt if he carries on playing the way he is. And as a partnership, those two, unplayable. At times, it seems like, they took the lead in that game, let's not forget. They got a win and a draw off them in the group stage as well. No one else is really doing that against the Movistar guys. So if they can stay together, it seems to be something that works. Even though it's a little bit different in the setup, in that it's kind of, Konkai's just getting out of Stingray's way, basically, and giving him the tools. But sometimes that's how good partnerships work.
Yeah, and they've got to kick on from this as well. Obviously, they're not playing E-Nations. It's a bit of a rest period for them now, the end of FIFA 22. What do Stingray, Konkai and Impact need to do next year? Do they need to get themselves in that England team?
Yes, probably.
Is that too tough enough?
I don't know if that's the end goal. I'll be completely honest. I think the goal is World Championships, whether that's through England, whether that's through a club, whether that's through a solo adventure. I think that it's going to be a very interesting summer for everybody involved. You get to a top 2 like that, there's already conversations flying about for where you're going to go, just as it will be in real life. If you get to a final of a major competition, people will be interested in having you under that team. So I think the summer is going to be very, very intriguing to see what happens, but this won't be the last time you see SAF or Stingray, Konkai, Impact's Zach Moore in a grand final.
Richard Buckley, you starting some rumours here. Do you know something that we don't?
I like it. Stir the pot a little bit. No, it's the reality, though.
That's how it goes.
Events, if you have a good showing, even just getting to the past 3 weeks now with the E-World Cup, the E-Club, and then the E-Nations, if you're there, amazing. If you do well at those events, you've guaranteed yourself a new contract and a lot of leverage and negotiation room. It's just the reality of the situation. You're playing for those brands, those partnerships, your legacy, your personal gain in many regards.
We've got an owner on the sofa here. I'm not going to put him on the spot, but, you know, he might be looking as well. Anyway, let's talk about Tuga, because he's got to do it all again next week. And can he be propelled to that, or is this going to have taken so much out of him? He played last week as well. Spen, I'll put that on to you.
Well, it's a great question, because one of the, not that there's many, but one of the downsides of going this deep into this competition is you don't get much recovery time for the next one, right? And Tuga's got to get straight back into game mode. I actually think you'd often see better performances from players who've just had not a bad tournament, but had some disappointment, which Tuga had last week. It has propelled him to do this. Could he make it a double? It would be unbelievable if he was to do it with Portugal next week. You know, pretty unprecedented in terms of, it feels unprecedented at least because the events are so close together now, and it would just feel like the most crazy 2 weeks in FIFA history. But there's a lot of people, some of them are here now or watching at home, that want to take that next week.
And we love a claim, but if that were to happen, he has a great claim being the greatest 2v2 partnership of all time.
Yeah.
Well, Umit could do that as well, though, couldn't he?
I was about to say, what's more likely to happen? Tuga or Germany, Portugal?
Well, we've seen some scenes with Tuga in the E-Nations before, haven't we? You know, a couple of years ago, it's one of the most dramatic moments in FIFA history. So, yeah, if he can find that energy, if he can keep it going for next week, he'll
have energy. We see those pop-offs. It reminds me of the guy from Transporter. What's the actor? You know what I'm talking about?
No idea now, Mike.
Jason Statham.
Yeah, it looks like he pops off. He looks at people. He's so serious.
He's the Portuguese Jason Statham.
I flinch if I'm too close.
Well, we've now gone from movies instead of Movistar Riders there. We've gone completely off tack, but Movistar Riders, guys, are your champions for the FIFA E-Club World Cup 2022. They'll have a great evening, celebrate. Thank you so much, guys, for joining me here on the sofa. As always, we're back again next week for the FIFA E-Nations Cup. That starts on the 27th of July, 11 a.m. Central European time. Come back and join us when we get to do it all again. Can Umit from Germany, can he get back-to-back trophies, or can Tuga and Portugal get the double? We'll find out on the 27th of July. Come back and join us. But for now, goodbye from the FIFA E-Club World Cup with Movistar Riders as your champions. We'll see you next week. Goodbye.